everyone, and welcome to the 2022 FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. I'm very delighted to be hosting this show together with WGM, Keti Tatsashvili. My name is Women International Master Anamai Kazarian. Keti, how excited are you for this event?
I'm very excited, and to be honest, this is the event that all the women in chess are looking for because the prizes we have at this event is huge, and as we know, it's not very happening. It's not happening very often, so this is the event, and we are very much looking forward to it. And now we do have some qualifiers, so anyone, any title player, can just have this chance to take a part in this and win some games and go to the final stage of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Let's take a look at the format and learn more about this tournament, and let's go in some details.
Right, we have the format. We have, first of all, there are two qualifiers in this event. We had the first qualifier already happening yesterday. 8 players qualified for the knockout today. The qualifier itself is a 3+1 Swiss with 14 rounds that's a lot of games. And the knockout of today is an 8-player single elimination 14-game match, and the first to 7.5 points wins the match. Kedi, what time controls do we have?
We have all kind of time control you can see at the Speed Chess Championship. We're starting with 5+1. There will be just 2 games, and then after that we're gonna have 3+1 4 games and 1+1 8 games. So all kind of time controls and a lot of chess games. Now it's time to take a look at our qualifiers.
Yes, we have the bracket here. We have the top 8 of the first qualifier that qualified for today's knockout. We have Gulnar Mamadova, Vantiga Agrawal, Andrea Navrotescu, Alina Bivol. We also have Divya Deshmukh, Olga Giria, Anna Maria Marinovic, and Alexandra Maltsevskaya. We have 8 very strong players. They are going to be playing against each other, and the winner of today's event will qualify for the main event as well as win a cash prize of $500.
That's indeed a very good motivation for these ladies to fight for their best, and it's going to be a really tough day for them today, but it was also very tough for them to get in here from qualifier. And even one of the participants, Andrea Navrotescu, shared her impression on her social media platform, and we can take a look at her tweet.
Right, Katy. She tweeted out that she was just casually playing in the qualifier, not having any sort of expectations, but she managed to finish 4th place, allowing herself to get a ticket to the knockout today. And she has a chance now to win the event, to qualify for the main event, which is absolutely amazing.
I really want to see her next tweet if she if she does how far she can go. And yeah, the social media is amazing, and I'm so happy to see more and more chess players being so active in social media and impressing their thoughts. We're starting the games very soon, but for now we have still some time to talk a little bit of these matches. Are there any players, Anna Maya, that you are familiar with, and are there any players that you see them like first time?
I am familiar with most of the players. Sometimes I've played against them, whether that was online or over the board. Most of them I've seen online, as the past 2 years, many tournaments were happening online. But I remember that I played in the World Blitz against Alexandra Maltsevskaya. So I'm curious to see how she's going to perform today. Olga Gier, very strong player. She's very well known already. And
ask me, because she is also in the same age, and we played a lot
really?
a lot of youth tournaments, and she was one of the main opponents of me, and yeah, we were always fighting for the best places, and I know her so well. Out of all the girls, I think I know her the most.
Okay, that's really awesome to hear. And I'm also
Mhm.
curious to see how Andrea is going to play. She's also a streamer, so it's awesome to see fellow streamers participate in such events.
That's right. Those two players that I'm not very familiar are Anna Maria from Hungary, and I made a little research. She is 21 years old, woman grandmaster, and her rating is more than 2300 classical. And also Divya from India. This is a new rising star in India. I remember her name. She won latest Indian championship, women championship with amazing score, and she was everywhere. Everybody was talking about her name, and I think this is new power India is having nowadays. So very excited to see these matchups that we have now today.
Me too. And the games have actually just started. We are watching Gular Mamadova taking on Vantika Agrawal, and we are in the Sicilian defense.
Yes, and Gulnari is the participant I remember from last year's Women's Beach Chess Championship. She played really nicely and she had really good results, and we even saw her in the end in the finals. So let's see how lucky is this tournament for her. And this is the first round, and Anamaya, the good start is so important.
Absolutely. So it matters that obviously, like, where you have two games of 5+1. So, like, if you get a head start in the 5+1, obviously it will be much easier to get to the 7.5 point score, because once you get to 7.5 in the matches, you advance to the next stage in the bracket.
Yeah, that's right. All right, here we have this position, Sicilian defense, the sideline, but nowadays it became very popular in the blitz and rapid chess. And it actually makes sense because all this setup that White just did here gives a lot of advantage. But Black just managed to open up the B file, and there are some ideas where this rook gets on the B file. The bishop is already here, very open and active. So Black's plan here is very clear. Also, knight after d7. This opens up the bishop. Knight comes sometimes on e5 and looks very nice. And on the other hand, White just develops the pieces, and she can go to bishop exchange here on the dark squares to weaken the king side.
Right, you're completely right about that. Black has a very decent position. The pieces are developed. It's clear what Black's plan is. There's one weakness that Black still needs to be careful with. The pawn on a6 is on its own. It is very well defended, but it could be a potential weakness later on in the game. And I see a question asked in the chat, are all four games happening simultaneously? Yes, all the games are happening simultaneously, and we will try to switch between the four matches as much as possible.
Yes, we will try. I would like personally to see all the matches, but just imagine if they start one by one, they can continue forever. And for us. So yeah, this is what we have now, and here we have. I kind of think that will be a very interesting game because now dark square bishops are off the board, and White will start to proceed the attack on the king side. That's usually happens in this kind of positions.
White is putting pressure already with the pawn pushed to d4, opening up some squares. The diagonal towards the king is exposed, but Gunnar decides to take with the knight on d4, which makes a lot of sense, gaining more space, having the knight more actively placed. And now there's pressure on the e4 pawn. You would want to push f4, f5 in the near future, but first you need to take care of the pawn on e4, and she defends it.
Yeah, she goes queen e3 to just make sure not to give up this pawn here. In some variations, there are knight f5 very unpleasant checks if somehow White gets more and more pieces here on the king side. And Anamaya, I was also wondering, like in some cases, if the queen can get also on this diagonal. Bishop takes f7, and then knight can get on e6.
Ooh.
Very unpleasant threats over there. So Black has to be just a bit careful.
Yeah, it looks really interesting. For now, after bishop takes f7, there's king takes f7, but I see what you mean. You want to get the queen on this diagonal to give it check and then play knight e6. So that would be really amazing if that would actually happen on the board. Not for Fantica, but that is a really cool tactic to see.
Not for her, indeed. H3 has been played here. Is she planning to push g4? Maybe she just avoids any kind of knight g4, knight e5 moves, and moves like this h3, h6 always win some time because you make very important move and it's your opponent's time to spend some minutes on the clock.
H3 is always a very useful move. Maybe if you don't have the time for it, then you probably should not play it. But in this situation, Gulnar is not in a rush, and H3 is a perfectly fine move. And now she plays E5, and suddenly it becomes very tricky for Black. What is Black going to do here? Because the knight is laying on C5, and there's a pressure on the diagonal towards the king. So this knight on F6 is pinned as well.
That's right, and rook comes on the 5th rank to rescue the knight. That's amazing move, and you're also ready to lift this rook on the king side if your king needs that. That was a really nice move by Vandita. There is some moves like still this knight f5 that white can hope for, but to be honest here, black has nothing, no weakness at all.
True, now that the pawn is on a4, it's not as big as a weakness anymore as it was before, because now there's a lot of pieces defending the pawn and barely any attackers on that pawn. So the pawn a4 is doing a great job for now. And now black was trying to put pressure on the long diagonal of the bishop on b7. So that's why Gulnar played f3. And let's see what the follow-up is of Vantika.
Yeah, usually you would like to have like queen a7 to get this queen on the on this diagonal. She goes to rook to e8. Perhaps she wants to push this pawn on e5 to get more space advantage, and then queen e7 can be there. Knights can get around the pieces, and slowly black is getting some initiative here.
Right, and we might see the move e5. It may not be that great as it's weakening a few squares. The knight on f6 will not be defended by the pawn anymore, but at some point it could be an idea to play e5, gain some more space, and obviously attack the knight on d4.
Yep, she's not in hurry to play that move. First she brings this queen on another diagonal here. This is also quite weakened diagonal. Maybe she wants to play queen g3 to bring this queen on this side. Then knight can go away, and then rook can also get on the g file. So black is defending really actively. She's defending, but she's also have some ideas to counterattack white's king, which is not so pretty looking. Anna Maya, look at this pawn structure.
Yeah, white was pretty much forced to play f3, but now it's clearly we can clearly see that how weakening it is, in fact, because you might say because the dark squared bishops are off the board, it's not a big deal, but now the queen is able to enter on g3, so you have to be careful about that, and that's why Gulnar plays knight to e2, so you defend the square g3.
Yep, and after that, now black is using this this file, and b2 pawn is under attack. Queen f2, white is ignoring that, so white is calling for queen b2. Perhaps she wants to trap the queen somehow, or just kick this queen in the edge of the board. We will see this, we will see this.
It is on the board. Now, the problem is after rook b1, the c2 pawn is hanging as well. And the queen, it looks like it will be able to escape through d3 and then all the way back to a6 if needed. So there's many ways for the queen to escape, which is why it's obviously very logical to take the pawn. And Gulnar goes rook d2, preparing the move rook b1, but it should still be fine for the queen to escape.
Yeah, there was a3 square, but now black goes queen b2. There is extra pawn, and guess this is extra pawn. It's already on a4, pushed forward, and this pawn now in this position is super strong. Pass pawn on this side. White, of course, declines a trade here because white's hope here is to start the kingside attack. Still some pieces are very strong there, and we're gonna see if this attack is real.
Yeah, exactly. And there was no trade there for Vantika as Gulnar took a piece with the knight. So there was no trade possible of the queens. You would lose the piece. So Vantika was forced to take the piece back with the queen.
Yeah, that's right. Now another knight is traded. Usually you don't like to trade the pieces when you are pawn down, but in this case it made a sense now because now this f file is semi-open and white can start to bring the rooks, both rooks on the f file and start to make some problems on f6 square. And if the knight leaves, then f7 pawn will be just hanging.
And what's beautiful about this position is that, okay, black is up a pawn, but it's not so clear where the advantages of black, because obviously you want to push the a pawn, it's a passed pawn, but this bishop on a2 is blocking it. Like, you're not able to touch this bishop, which is why Vantika is trying to play, she plays rook c3 to go rook a3 and try to get rid of this bishop somehow. Because, I mean, it's not trapped really, you always have access to the d5 square, but it's very much bothering you to make progress in your position.
That's right. I love this move, rook e7, because knight e4 or queen takes e4 was impossible. f7 pawn was hanging there. So rook e7 was guarding this weakness. And now after bishop to d5, pawn takes d5, we are here in the end game with 4 rooks on the board. Some people might say it's a drawish, but when there are 4 boards still on the board, draw is just a little bit long away from here.
Right, because as black has the majority in material count, it should be okay. Now that the e5 pawn drops, is not so clear anymore, because if once you get the position with 3 versus 2 pawns on the one side, it will be very difficult to make progress there. So yeah, black needs to be really careful now.
Yeah, and I just looked at the clock because my mic is is blocking White's clock here, who has 1 minute on the clock. This is insane. How fast is Gulnar? She's pawned down. She had a very tough position, but she is dominated on the clock. And in this time control, it's very important because we don't have a lot of increment on the clock, just 1 second. So. Yeah, playing fast actually is not so bad idea, and this should be just draw.
Right, this should be. It's really difficult to even make progress here with the black pieces. Sometimes you have positions that you can make progress and try to go for a win somehow. But as long as the rooks are on the board, it's really difficult to lose the g3 pawn, and it's really difficult for black to make any sort of progress because the pawn on h5 is a really big weakness.
Yep. Do you think there will be some this rook blunder moves which actually takes the rook on the side? Like for instance, something like rook a5, and then after rook e5 you take it. Oh, I don't
think
know.
it could have been possible if both players were in time trouble, but Gulnar does not need to go crazy here. She has plenty of time. Fantika is around 5 seconds. It should be fine for her because obviously, like, she like, it's very difficult for her to really blunder. The only way she can lose this position is by losing the rook, and I think as long as she keeps making safe moves, she should be fine. So I think we're going to see I want to say 50 move rule, but I'm worried we're going to see. They
It
agreed
was
on the
already
draw. Okay, that's very nice. I was worried of a pawn push, and then we have to go again 50 moves.
Yeah, okay, there's a question to our chat. Who you guys think that was trying to win this game? Because black has extra material and white has more time. So literally myself, I don't know who was trying here to win. Maybe white? I don't know, it's just maybe.
Yeah, maybe. It's always possible. I mean, because you're up on the clock so much, you're kind of hoping for that really, miracle blunder, or the opponent loses on the clock somehow. But they agreed on the draw, and we are in the next game.
We're in the next game, and here we have Alexandra Maltevskaya, who actually changed her federation to Polish. And yeah, this is quite recent news alongside with Alina Kashlinskaya. So nowadays, Polish women team is even stronger because they have more and more title players. And I'm very happy to see white and red colors here in our lineups.
Wow, that's very impressive. All right, let's see how the game is going on right now. They are in it looks like it started off as a French defense, my favorite opening, but
Really?
it's a very solid line. Yes.
Wait, which color is your favorite, black or white in French
Black
defense?
pieces.
Oh, I thought I knew you.
You don't like the French?
I mean, I feel so bad for the light square bishop in most of the position. To be honest, I don't know that much, but I've seen one or two games with this bishop here, which now in this position looks just quite normal because you can develop anywhere you wish on this diagonal. But yeah, you don't get this much of opportunities for poor bishop in
I have
French.
yet to find a co-commentator that likes the French. Not a lot of commentators agree with me. Anna Rudolph
No.
likes it. She will be joining later, not today,
Okay.
but on another show. So I can find my agreement.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. Yeah, you definitely need someone who shares the same thought about French because it's quite a questionable thing. All right. Here we have this position, and the engine bar which we have, it says that it's equal. It most of the time says it's equal, but I do like black's position because look at this bishop controlling so much diagonals, and knight has this beautiful square on c2. And now I think, well, black is winning some exchange.
I really like black's position too. Black's position is much more active. While white's position, I mean, the pieces are more or less developed, but it's pretty clear that white is losing the exchange right now. But there are definitely a lot of ways to have compensation in this position for white. It's not the worst, but it's definitely not. I mean, you're down in exchange. It's not the most comfortable situation, but there's definitely still compensation here for white.
Yeah, for instance, this knight on e5, controlling so much of the squares, bishop on this long diagonal. Earlier we had the question, these diagonals have its own names, and it was that's actually a very interesting idea, but what I know here, these diagonals, they have a name, and it counts from like this square to up to this square, so we can call it diagonal h1 to a8. That's how I call. I don't know. What about you, Anamaya?
I do that too. Typically, we have some names for pawns, like the H pawn is called Harry, and Diana taught me that G pawn is called Gary. So I think they are looking for such names, but it's other than mentioning discords, I think it will be difficult to mention diagonals as names like that.
Yeah, we have yet to invent a new name of the long diagonals. And here we have, oh, that's weird. Look at these knights. Look at these four knights. No one
They're
knows
having a
it's weird.
party.
Yeah, there's a party over here. You mentioned earlier that white has very good compensation, and now the pawn replaced the knight, and another long diagonal is about to be open when white just pushed his pawn and weakens the king side. I'm not very impressed of this knight party over here. These two knights are actually just fighting for the same squares.
They're not doing great job. It looks like they are very strong together. The knight on b4 is very active. Knight on d5 is in the middle of the board, in the center. And they are defending each other. But this defense is very weak. So once you get your rook to d1, one knight on d5 will be very loose. As well as the knight on b4, because if you manage to attack the knight on b4, then the knights are defending each other well, but also because they're defending each other, if you hit the one knight, the other knight will automatically become vulnerable as well. So that is the downside of the pieces in the knights on the board over here. And also white has the pair of bishops, and I think that makes the difference in this position.
And beautiful diagonals for these bishops. Additionally, there is also this 6 square for the knight, from which f7 and b7 will be under attack. So white has here very good compensation. White now is looking for some targets. Maybe she will go to knight f5 and try to expose this weakness over here. e6 is always there, that white can threat, for instance, something like e6 and then queen e1 to attack the knight on b4 and the pawn. So black just decided to bring this knight back on c6. And I think black is already thinking that this is not very good position for her.
I believe so too. And now, do you take on b7? I would say you can take on b7. You're attacking the queen as well as the knight that is now hanging on c6. There is a way, obviously, to defend this. Queen d7 is one of them. But this knight on c6, this whole diagonal of the bishop on g2 is very vulnerable. And it's going to be really difficult for black to defend this. You can even play knight a5 in this position, but she goes knight c5.
Yeah, this bishop is so pretty. Maybe she doesn't want to give it up. So knight c5 attacks the queen. Queen is now forced to be in between these two rooks on the back rank. Not so, not the move that you would like to play, but it's pretty much forced. Now maybe black will be just happy to give exchange back and take this pawn over here, but it's not quite there, right? When you take this pawn, bishop takes here, and you might lose a whole rook.
Right. Maybe there's knight takes 8, but there's always rook e1, and you will end up losing the full rook.
Oh yeah, and maybe queen g4 now again to decide.
Knight
No,
e4.
knight e4. Okay.
Really good move. If threatening knight d6 and preparing the move knight f6 combined with your move queen g4.
Yeah, yeah. I have really difficulties to find here a move. If you take this pawn, knight d6 attacks the queen, rook and the knight, you're losing a lot of material over here. So queen e6 was played to avoid all these threats. Right, knight e6 still
in the position. So queen e6, it stops queen g4, but knight e6 looks very logical, followed by rook c1, and this knight on c6 will have a very difficult time surviving there.
That's right. White is spending more time, and she has 2 minutes. Seems like she was using all her opponent's time, and the Anna Maria has less than 1 minute on the clock. Knight e6 has been played, rook to c8. There was responded very fast, and rook c1 seems the move here to be played.
Seems very logical, and perhaps a nice idea to keep the knight f6 threat in the position. Could have been the queen h5 instead of knight d6, to keep the pressure in the position and threaten knight f6 at some point.
Right, right. White is not in rush to make the move. She is looking for some ideas here. Maybe somehow to a rook lift, but all those squares are now controlled by the knights. Right, there's also f4, f5 idea to kick this queen out, guard this pawn some point, and then push f6.
True. She's probably debating whether she should play rook c1 or f4. It makes sense that she wants to go for the king rather than trying to win material back, because if she wins material back, she'll obviously still be better, but the advantage might be not as big, because as pieces are being traded off, the attack will be less clear, and you want to go for the attack if you're able to. So she might actually consider playing f4. Oh, she goes queen b5.
She had 2 minutes. She's now down to 40 seconds. I started to worry if she was still online, because you started to think like maybe a player disconnected. But yeah, she was just thinking, and she decided to bring the queen, another bishop now. This might be too much to sacrifice another exchange and take this knight here. Like, you don't really have to do it. But yeah, maybe he just wants to take another pawn.
Very much possible. She might also be considering a move like 98. That will be really funny. This is a really funny move, but I don't think it's very, very efficient.
I love it to get on f6, but now knight d5. Oh, I love this move. Knight d5 just blocks everything and somehow divides the board. So white now goes to f4. I kind of start to feel that white maybe missed some chances, and the game gets now really complicated as both of them have like 16 seconds on the clock.
I agree. Both players are in time scramble, and now you would say queen a5 is a very good move, attacking the rook and the knight on c3, but there's always knight e2 check that you need to be careful about. So that's why queen d3 was played now. And
f5. Queen d7 was only moved there, perhaps an f6. Oh. Ooh. What happens here?
Oh, this looks crushing. And the knight dropped on d5.
Oh no, there was a, oh no, there was a blunder. There was a blunder.
Ooh,
Oh,
checkmate
Queen
into.
H2, Queen F2, checkmate!
Oh my goodness, what a
No, that's so bad.
win by Anna Maria. Oh, this is very
This is
upsetting for
shocking. This is
Alexandra.
shocking.
She had an amazing game.
You know why this happened? Because we suggested F4, F5, F6, and it weakened the king so much that the
This
king
is
was
our
checkmated.
fault.
Our fault. It's our fault. You don't worry about it, Alexandra. Oh, well, what a winning game. White just needed to control G2 and H2, G2, and F2 square. But yeah, easy to say, harder to done. So that's okay. This is just the start of this tournament, and they still have a lot of game coming up, right?
Absolutely. This is just the bliss portion. We have this is the 5+1 portion of the match. We have many more games coming up in all of the matches. And the first person to reach 7.5 points wins the whole match. So there's still plenty of games to go for.
Yeah, we have a comment, bro. I was literally saying to myself, don't go Queen G5. Maybe she was also saying that and she went right away to that trap. Wow, oh
Right.
wow. I did not really expect this result in here. Oh, Anna Maria, look at this. This was very important win for Anna Maria. She now seems to lead the match with 1.5 point to half point.
Right, she's ahead now on the scoreboard, and as you can see down below, we're not able to watch all the games at the same time because we are only able to focus on one of the games. But down below, as you can see, the current scoreboard in all the matches. So far, 2 games have played in most of the matches. And we see that Alina Bivol is ahead 2-0 against Andrea. So that is already a big lead. And really curious to see how the match will develop there as we go up to the shorter time controls.
Yeah, so Anna Maya, we had 2 games of 5+1. I think, yeah, according to these results, we have all of them done. So now we're switching to another portion, 3+1, and we're going to have 4 games. And I can
Right.
see them on the board. Oh, not yet.
We're still waiting
Got
for
too
the games
excited.
to resume because perhaps there is a very short break for the players because we are done with the first part of the match, the 5+1 portion of the match. And I believe after this, Katy, we are continuing with the 3+1 portion of the match.
Yep. I can drag the games that has been played and use this time for to see what just happened here. And there was a match of Giri Olga and Divya Deshmuh, and here we can see that we have a new game just starting.
The system said nope, we're going to the next game, and we have in this board on this match we have the same opening we saw earlier.
Yes, seems like this is the main opening for Golnar, and she likes to get some space advantage on the queen side as this pawn now creates. And with black, I always struggled. Should I block it? Should I allow her to go it? And Avantika, I think earlier she allowed that? Yeah, she allowed that too. Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
It worked really well for black. I liked black's game back then, the first round.
Yeah, it's basically white is risking quite a lot here. It's harsh to say wasting time to push the pawn across the board to a6 just to trade it off, but she does get an open a file, and she might be able to use this later on, but she should not allow the pawn on a7 to go all the way to a4 and be really safe over there, because that was the problem in the first game of this match.
Yeah, that's right. I now have an access to reach any of the games. Is there anything that you would like to see, or we can?
Let's have a look at one of the other matches, perhaps Divya against Olga Giria, because Divya is ahead on the scoreboard. So let's see how the third game develops.
Yep, I believe this bishop here seems to be the Spanish bishop, which is good that we had this bishop on the board. So how could we say what position was that?
The bishop left the board as you were mentioning it.
Said adios, adios. I'm out from here. We have so similar pawn structure, right? Look at these double pawns for both sides, and then e pawns in the center. So this looks very symmetrical, and in symmetrical positions, then we see a lot of pieces maneuvering around.
Right,
So,
and
how we
this
do
bishop,
that?
it's been hard to decide like which side is better, obviously, especially since it's so symmetrical. But because this bishop is on h4 of white, and this bishop doesn't have many squares to access to, it's not the greatest. It might end up on g3 when we'll be looking at the pawn on e5, which is really well defended for now. So this bishop is a little bit tricky. So it would be really good for white to consider playing knight h2 followed by f4. So the bishop gets some more space.
Yeah, that's very good. That's very good that you pointed out, but you said nothing about this French-looking bishop here, and it's so
You're
unfair.
exposing me right away.
So unfair, but what Black is doing here, Olga, is maybe she's just trying to open up some space for the bishop, and this bishop can get on the long diagonal to allow rooks to be connected. But meanwhile, White actually struck back in the center and now took this e5 pawn. You know, if this is not working for White, then you leave these double pawns just alone here. And yeah, I kind of have a feeling White planned something else. All right,
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, the knight seems to be maneuvering to f5, but the weaknesses on c3 and c2, they are quite big weaknesses. White's pawn structure is not the greatest, and White really needs to have something in mind here to compensate the weakness, and she's going for f4.
Oh my God, that can be very good idea that f5, f6 comes on the way, or you just weaken your king side. Bishop h3 now is not working because then we take this knight on e5 and there is no checkmate on g2. So this is not working, but how about knight c4 first if we get this knight here on c4?
That looks really logical. Queen d3 defends the h3 pawn, so that might help a lot. And also attacks the knight on c4, but it can easily be defended by a move like bishop a6 and keep more threats in the position.
Right, there's also knight b2, some annoying move that knight can jump over, but I do like this move. And then no one likes to have queen and the bishop on the same diagonal indeed. We do have a move I can see. Oh, we are going to this. We're going to this line.
Okay, we have it on the board and we see f5 also being played. Now this queen looks really trapped over there. It can't be trapped just yet because queen h5, it attacks the bishop, so white needs to defend that. But this queen, right now, it doesn't have any squares.
Oh, no. It's good that there are also no light square bishop to attack this queen. So far, it's not under attack. I do like e5 square for the knight. Black's knight just loves e5 square in most of the positions. g5 was played because Black was worried about this queen being just in the edge of the board. And here, White is just not going for a queen trade. How about rook e3, rook g3?
I really like that idea, Katie. Rook e3, rook g3, and there's a lot of pressure on the king side now. g5 was a really desperate move because obviously you're exposing your king, but you wanted to free your queen. The queen was in danger.
So... free the queen.
Yeah. Oh, good one.
g4 was played. I do love the move rook e3, rook g3, but it's always just easier when you're looking at the screen and rather than to play, right? g4 move gets more space advantage there, but I kind of feel like this king might have some issues in the end of the game.
Right, because g5 would be a logical move to play, but after queen h5, there was suddenly knight f3 checks in the position when the king was still on g1. So that's why king g2 was probably played, but it becomes really dangerous. You can't really push too much on the king side.
That's right, and when you're looking at the Black's position, you like this knight here. Now Black is opening up the diagonal. If bishop gets on d5 with a check, that should be fine, but Engine just dislikes this move for some reason. We have to find out why. Didn't
Looks
realize
like
it.
the move rook b7 here is
Mm.
is hitting on the weaknesses of black's position, but it's really difficult to spot as d5 is pressuring a lot in the center. Knight h4 is a very logical move, but now how do you can avoid the queen trade, but it allows black to become very active.
Yeah, and black just got this pawn, central pawn, which controls a lot of squares. Knight f3 was played, and that seems to be blunder of the
Oh, the bishop
bishop
is
and the
hanging. If you
pawn
take, there's queen takes f7.
and the rook. Oh my
Oh,
god, the rook
that's
is
really
done.
difficult.
Oh no, the game was over. So we see really heavy start for Olga in this match. And
Yeah, it's really
wow.
difficult. Like, it seemed to be fine. She had the idea in mind to take the knight, but she missed this follow-up, winning the rook for her opponent. So you gotta stay sharp to the very end. And obviously, both players were in time trouble.
Oh, that was a really hard end for Black because of the blunder. But here we have another match: Alina Bivol against Andrea Navratascu, and Andrea is having a really tough time. She has not scored yet any point. Alina is dominating this match. And usually Chad likes to ask, is this adoption?
Oh no.
Is it? No, it's like they play a lot of games, right? Then we have this portion of the bullets, 8 games. So I don't think it will be. What do you guys think? It will be this
Yeah, I don't
case?
think we're going to see an adoption today, but it would be very sad because you don't want to see this happen. It's really difficult losing 10 games in a row. So now it's a 3-0 lead for Alina, but I have faith in Andrea. I have faith in Andrea at least taking 1 point off of Alina.
Yep, and this position is a very good hope for her because the king here is not castled and stops a1 rook to go into the game, and black has here bishop advantage, which is huge advantage. As you can see here, the pawns are not very connected; they are just weaker than black's pawn, and black is going to develop this bishop here and hit on e3 pawn right away, and the rook has to come on e1 to guard e3 weakness.
And you want to connect the rooks with the white pieces, so a logical move would be king c2, obviously. But the problem was bishop f5 check, and you have to go back again. So that's why e4 move is a really strong one, and she does it. Alina plays e4, and now she can safely play king c2. But how do you deal with f5?
I like this position with black, and I don't know why the engine bar goes up to and likes white's position. Maybe bishop d5 is the one. So now if you take this pawn, I will take by the bishop, and I do love this bishop here, just being a very nice piece to block the pawn here and also block the bishop f5. However, bishop f5 can still be played and try to have these two hanging pawns in the center, which I believe are very strong. They can start
They
to
are
roll.
indeed very strong, and they have a lot of potential. So I don't think this might happen on the board. We do see bishop d5 was played. So I'm curious to see how Andrea is going to respond to this.
Yeah, the other move is knight e7 to attack this, but she goes to rook to e8. Maybe she's preparing this pawn move. Like if she has these hanging pawns, she definitely needs rook on e5.
Right. So we see now Alina developing the rooks to very logical squares d1 and e1, very active. And it's clear that white is better here because white has a lot of access scores. The knight is maneuvering now all the way through c4 to b6 or d6, and it's clear now if only black could like get a pawn, and for example you can take the pawn h7 and drop it on c7, I think black's position will be much more fine. But now without the pawn on the c file, it will be very difficult for Andrea to defend this.
Yeah, to try the knight is on c4. As you mentioned, there are some holes here in black's position. A5 pawn is also hanging, and e5 central pawn is also hanging. So if you take the pawn bishop on d5, pawn takes on d5, one possibility. Rook can also take on d5. And I don't know, 2 bishops versus 2 knights, and I am not sure if these 2 bishops are better here.
Doesn't seem like they are because they don't have many open diagonals. The position is relatively close, and the knights have way more access points than the bishops do. So that makes it very difficult for black to make progress here whatsoever.
That's right. What black can try is to give up a pawn, open up the diagonals and the files for the rooks, and then try to look for some counterplay because bishops are so strong in the end game. Even when you have a pawn down, they can do some magic. Bishop goes on g3, hits the rook on e2, and we have king to b8 just to avoid any kind of forks here on d6 if the bishop leaves this diagonal. But now the question is how white is also improving. Is she going to take this pawn here?
Yeah, there's many ways for white to improve here. First of all, taking the pawn. C6 is not a move that comes in mind, but as you push the pawns without having a clear follow-up, you might be hurting your chances, and black might be able to get some sort of compensation. So taking the pawn seems just fine, and now with C6, not only are you very convincingly attacking on the queen side, but also if black decides to take that pawn, there's knight takes C6, and you definitely lose the exchange after that.
Oh, that's actually true. What white is doing here is white is threatening c7. If you take this pawn here, knight takes on c6, and you're...
Oh,
what have you just done? It's me. No, sorry, it's me. Oh no, she did even something wrong. No, wait. So king c8 happened. No, oh, it was not me. So I thought it was me actually. After c6, f3 happened, and white captured the rook with a check. Oh,
yes.
look at this. I thought it was my mistake.
Yeah, there were some moves in the analysis, but it's all right. It's all right. Rook e3 has played now, and this is clearly winning for Alina, and we see resignation.
Yeah, we have a resignation. So 4-2-0, and at some point, Andrea needs to score at least half a point to get the confidence back and to believe in herself. We wish her best of the luck, indeed. And maybe we can switch to the other match. Is there any match that is very interesting to you, Anna-Maya?
Let's go back to Anna Maria against Alexandra because the score is tight now. So let's see who will take the lead. If we have the game.
Okay, we have the game. That's
awesome.
it.
Oh, actually, Anna Maria just won, so she is ahead, 2.5, 1.5.
Yeah, she is. She is ahead of 1 point. So for Alexandra, this game is very important. She's with the black pieces, and now we have this kind of King's Indian position with white and Benoni type of position with black, with this bishop here being open. I think this is double-edged position at this starting point.
I agree with that, yeah. The pawn on c5 could be considered a weakness because if once you push b6, this bishop on g2 will become very dangerous along the diagonal. So you could say that that's a weakness of black, but also white has to take care of the position because of the bishop pair of black. Could be very dangerous along the diagonals.
Yeah, that's right. Bishop d5 has been played. Black will be just happy to trade it, the light square bishop, and weaken the king side. So knight e5 just blocked this trade over here, and we do have b6. Very often we see b4 coming forward to even attack this pawn, and we have b4 on the board. So some of the trades here, and yeah, there is some weaknesses on the queen side of the blacks. But seems like Alexandra is holding this position together.
Seems like it, and she might even be able to create a passed pawn on the queen side as she has the pawn majority there. And it seems like a5 could happen soon enough, but she instead goes for rook a8. She wants to take over the c file just yet, so we might see the move knight d4 happen soon.
I do like this knight d4 to get more space advantage by the knight. a5 is always over there. Together with the bishop and another bishop too, the pawn can be very strong. But as now the latest move rook c8 has been played, it just tells us that she has a different plan. Maybe she wants to play knight d4, knight b5, and then to look for c3 square.
That is a really nice maneuver, yeah. So yeah, white doesn't really have a great position. Obviously the pieces are developed, but you don't really have a clear plan. Where do you even play? Because if you push the pawn to e3, you will weaken the pawn on d3. So there's very little to play here. And you could even consider playing moves like h4, h4, h5. But what is the follow-up? And she plays knight c3.
Take here, and then queen c6 wins two pieces for a rook.
And that is a huge advantage for black.
It is. Black is thinking here. She has 2 minutes. She's probably calculating maybe there is something else, but this is so tempting to take this rook. We can actually see this. White cannot do much. There is a check. King has to go back, and then queen takes this bishop here. So you can't even challenge this queen because the b4 pawn is hanging. Beautiful knight in the center. Beautiful bishop on this diagonal. And now you can really start to push the pawn on the queen side. And who can stop this pawn?
Indeed, and we actually see it on the board. She played rook takes c3.
Wow. There was a quite a blunder here by white, but you know what this happened because she was struggling to find an idea. It was not so easy to find an idea, right? Which we're just talking about.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Like she had a really rough position, and sooner or later the tactics will arise in the position as your position is not so great, and it's really difficult to find the plan as well. Now, she is offering the queen trade. So, knight c2 is a nice move.
And the queen is guarded, so you're not really afraid. So this might go to here, rook b3, rook c8. And maybe I am demonstrating the way in how not to play with black because this is hanging and this is hanging. I don't know how to save them all, and this might end in a bad way. Takes. So yeah, black has to be still very careful.
Black needs to be careful. The pieces are pretty loose still, so no need to risk so much. So which is why she goes knight b3. She's threatening knight d2, and as long as she keeps the space she has in the position, being able to push the pawn all the way to the promotion square, she should be fine.
She should be fine. White found this square as the knight controls a1 now. White found this a2 square for the rook, and maybe still a4, rook a2, and knight c5, then a3. This pawn will slowly go up to a3.
Looks like it. As long as black is patient, it should be fine. Because if you're impatient, you might lose the threat in the position, and it will hurt quite a bit. So yeah, white has still 2 rooks, so there's definitely something that white can still try here, and that's why black needs to be careful because the initiative chances can really switch quickly.
Yeah, and we have seen some of the blunders here, so unless this is still not to lose for white, white can try her best. She just played bishop to e5. Perhaps she wants to play this bishop here and then just guarantee that the pawn will not be loose. a4. Okay, now white has some chances, I think, as rooks can get active. Rook
it
b5,
looks like rook b4, and she finds it threatening d4, and now you have to deal with this threat. If you remove the knight, you lose the pawn on a4 right away, and you cannot stop this move d4. You lose the pawn on a4 no matter what.
Yeah. Oh, she's chasing the knight.
She got probably worried about the threat, the discovery attack of the bishop and knight on the diagonal towards the rook, but didn't seem like there was a move to be worried about there. So that's just a really unfortunate. That was a good chance for Anna Maria to come back in the game.
Yeah, that's right. And now it seems a little bit more comfortable for black to play, as another pawn is gone, and you don't really need this pawn to be pushed. You can now start to annoy king side of the white's pieces. Another pawn can be gone now. Rook f2 is a serious threat, and we might see this game over very soon as black is now getting a rook.
Very convincing conversion despite the one move that was not the best move, but the opponent didn't find it. So that goes to show how you still need to be very careful. The opponent had one chance to equalize the position, and it's very important to take those chances.
That's right. That's right. So this game is over. They have started new game. I can see there is 2-2 in the game of Gulnar and I always say her name very bad, so forgive me that, guys.
You're good, no worries. Vantika?
Vantika, yes, Vantika. I have to repeat like this 2 times or 3 times. So they have ended already or not? Let me just go in there. Over here.
We got it. So it looks like in this position, black is winning. Let's count the material. It's 5 pawns versus 4 pawns. So black is ahead 1 pawn. And it looks like we are able to, with the black pieces, we can play rook b6, attack the b3 pawn. But the d4 pawn might be very vulnerable.
Yeah, like, oh, I do like rook d3. So this guards the pawn here, and then he threats bishop to b2 and then king e4 to get this pawn back. And if all the pieces are traded and you have king on d4 centralized, you can even try to win that position. So black is definitely not going to try that. Instead, there is this quite funny trap here. After bishop b2 to play rook to e3 check and to try to trade the pieces, but she did not went for that. And there is a point that black has to activate the king, but white is the one who does that.
Yeah, the rook on d3 is so well placed because you might want to consider with the black pieces play rook h5 to hit on other weaknesses in the position, but white can always play h3. So his rook on d3 is very well placed and it can defend almost all of the pawns in the position.
That's right. So now after e5, you cannot take this pawn on e5 because rook gets there and wins a pawn. So, oh, after king takes here, there is a check. You don't have more square, but to go in here, and this might go somewhere really bad. There is this move, there is this move. Oh, there is this move. We don't need more. And h2 pawn will be gone.
Oh, yeah, that's very beautiful. And you are not able to capture that pawn on d4 just yet. You might be able to in this position, but black has such a big advantage over here with the two passed pawns.
That's right. Let's see what just happened. So we had something similar, and white just decided to bring this king back on g2. A little bit more passive situation here for white. All right. There are some threats of g4 too when the king leaves the third rank.
Right, and rook c5, black is trying to find a way to infiltrate in position. Now you can play rook c3 with the bishop gone from e1. Rook c3 comes to mind, but she plays bishop e5 instead. So after bishop takes d4, I believe there is rook d5 trading all of the pieces off the board, and that should be winning. Or you can just take and play rook c3. That might also be enough.
Yeah, that was also very good. Now finally we have this rook here, and if you take this rook, then this is just winning. This is just winning for black. All you need is to get this bishop on f4, even here, and after c2. Anyways, you just are winning this bishop endgame. So yeah, we have now this endgame with two passed pawns, and bishop and king cannot really stop them.
Right, this looks crushing. You still need to play precisely because if you trade one pawn for the bishop, there's still a passed pawn on b5, so you might lose the other pawn because you're too distracted by the pawn on b5. So this still requires precise play, but it's not too difficult. And we see the pawn on h2 promoting safely. So that is a win for Fantika.
And she's taken the lead. This match is the very close match, as well as Anna Maria and Alexandra. We can see 2.5, 2.5. This is the closest match, and we have two matches with very same scores. So Alina Bivol is having big advantage, and also Divya is having very big advantage against Olga.
Right, I'm very happy to see that Andrea got at least a draw, the half a point now against Alina. She might not be happy with the score right now, but who knows? She might be moving on to the bullet portion and feel much more comfortable, feel like she has much more chances there. So who knows what might happen, because it matters that the first to 7.5 points win. So as long as you're not there yet, you have not won the match just yet.
Oh yeah, just yet. So this is another match now. We have Alina Bivol with a very good kingside attack, and you can see that these pawns are the wrong color, like black wishes to have the pawns over here. But the knight is just attacking both rooks. This is very good advantage for white with these knights here and the pawns here and the queen over here.
Yeah, it's really interesting because once again we see a position where black is up in exchange. One player is up in exchange, and the other player is down in exchange, but has much more activity. And black is not able to make use of this sort of material advantage. And it's for the simple reason that white's pieces are so active. The knight on d5, knight can jump, other knight can jump to f5. You can push the h pawn all the way to h6, and there is not much that black has.
Oh, it's a checkmate coming. So she had to play knight to c7, and we have some of the knights, and now this is also hanging. So that was so bad position, and black just decided to resign.
Yeah, it was a lost on time, but it was a terrible position indeed. And yeah, that was a really rough one. The checkmate threat was really beautiful. You don't expect it to be possible.
Yeah. G8 square was out of nowhere, just weakness there. The game was aborted, but they have started new one. I really lost the track. They have to play 4 games of this portion, so perhaps this is the last one.
Looks like it. So let's see. Are the matches still in progress? Maybe there is a final game in one of the matches, or was this the last game of this match series?
Okay, I see this game in progress.
Okay.
This is very important match for these players. They have equal points, 2.5. And here we have this position. The material is equal, but white has this pawn here on c4, so you don't know it's the weakness, it's the strength. But I think in this position is more than weakness, right? Because black now has very active pieces to attack.
Right, and the reason why black has an advantage here is because first of all they're up a pawn, but it's really difficult for black to make progress on the king side as all the pawns are there. So black needs to find a way to create a passed pawn to convert the advantage. But now the bishop is dropping on e2, so that's a clear win for Anna Maria.
Oh, that was a very important check, rook a3. To kick this king on the second rank here or here, and then you just win a bishop. All right, let me check if this is we have one game more. Okay, we have this game as well.
Okay, this is also still a 3+1 portion of the match. Let's see what's happening here. There's a pawn on d6 and pawn on b6 attacking the bishop. What is going on?
Yeah, this strange position. White has pair of bishop advantage and they look really nice, but the question is black cannot just take it and then take the pawn on d6. Queen d5, very important check, and
right,
very likely queen wants to take here.
Right, you would want to take with the queen there, but actually you take on e7 first. Yeah, you're able to do that, and as you're attacking the rook on f8, so the queen has to recapture that pawn.
Yeah, if you take here, we have this one. So so after this how this pawn came in here?
I'm not sure. I didn't know it was possible to visualize another pawn.
Sorry guys, wait. It should be black pawn over here, so let me refresh it. Wow.
Maybe it's a new version of chess. The pawns
Switch the
turn.
color. Yeah.
Yeah, it switches the color. You know, you take the pawn, you keep the pawn on the same square, but the pawn where that you captured turns into your pawn.
Yeah, yeah, that was oh wow, that was the first time I have ever experienced such a thing. But all right. So here we have still white's position is way much better because the pawns are on the dark squares, and you have dark square bishop, and your opponent also have this same square of the bishop, color of the bishop. So white can easily attack this pawn on e5.
It looks like a big weakness, and white, I wouldn't say has two passed pawns, but one disappeared, but this pawn on a5 is very strong. And queen e2 seems like a bit of a knackered move, as black is able to play rook a4 and put pressure on this pawn on a5.
Yep, that's right. If white wants to save this pawn, white can also play bishop e8, but this goes very, very passive. Maybe at some point, after queen leaves this square, black can also think of e4. Yeah, maybe even here, black is ready to play e4. There's also rook a1 to trade more pieces, or just to take a5 pawn.
Yeah, it looks like black is able to capture that without the any consequences. But how is this position? So this looks very even, but because white has more activity, this pawn a5 is more vulnerable than any of the other pawns of white. White is still playing here for something, and the king on g1 is more or less safe. Whenever there's a check on the first rank, you can just hide on h2 and you're just fine. This bishop on f2 is a good defender.
Yeah, this is very important pawn, bishop on f2, but black has more time, 45 seconds, and white has 3 seconds. So if somehow black managed to put some pressure on the king side, maybe white will be just struggling on the...
Oh, she did not see that the bishop on c5 was hanging. e4 was such a clever move by Gulnar.
Yeah, oh, she's super tricky player. She just finds this kind of threats, and her having more time than an opponent, it's really dangerous.
I agree, and she won the queen as well, so this should be a win for Gulnar, tying the score to 3-3.
Yeah, seems like it's. I don't really believe that something dramatic will happen here because black has more than enough time, and also to win this game is just you can trade the rooks or you can. Yeah, go ahead.
There was a checkmate. Rook takes h3 was a checkmate, but she played queen f4 instead.
Oh, white is still tried. Wait, can I show? They're playing so fast. I'm afraid to break this game again. Okay. Wow, I believe this is the last game of this portion, and we are about to go to the next portion.
Looks like it. We have a 1+1 portion coming up. I believe there were 8 bullet games for every single match. And here we have the player cams. Here you can see the players of today's knockout. They all have their cameras set up, obviously for fair play purposes, but also so we can show them to you guys. They're getting ready for their next matches. So that's really amazing.
It is good to see them and see their reaction. It's sometimes and very often priceless. And also, I myself like to just sneak in their area to see to see where they're playing. And very often we have very beautiful setup on the background, some medals, some cups. And yeah, it also shows a little bit of the character of the players.
Right. It's really interesting to see when you see the player cams, it makes it also a bit more personal because often you see the players in tournaments, in off the board tournaments, and then you don't really see much of the personalities. And when you see the cameras like this, they are at home and it really shows their true personality, like how their room is decorated. Maybe they have indeed some trophies or medals around in their room or whatever paintings they have on the background.
Yeah, and we have some of them now. Some photos we can see, and that's really beautiful. They don't have much of the time between the segments. We don't have any breaks so far. So, what do you feel as a player? Do you need some time to refresh your mind and get ready for the new segment, or you just want to play more and more? And because it's it's also very exciting to play all these portions.
I think for me personally, I would rather have like those short breaks in between because I know from experience that when you play those short time controls, it can get very stressful. There's a lot of time scrambles. The games are very close, typically. So, yeah, in such situations, you really want to have that moment of breath, take it easy, and like maybe get some drink, get some snack in between. So, yeah, those breaks are really useful, even if it's very short.
I agree with that. The games have been started. Let's take a look at the match of Divya and Olga. Olga really needs to score some of the points in this portion because she is quite a behind, 1.5 point for her and 4.5 for Divya. And we have very exciting position here as White early played F4 in the position and open up the F file. It can be really useful, or this can get some checks.
Right, it looks like Olga sacrificed a piece for the attack, keeping the king in the middle of the board.
Oh,
Short
yeah.
castle will probably be very difficult to do very soon.
Yes, let's very quickly take a look. 95
Wow.
a sacrifice, and then all these moves came from the tempo, and now rook to a8, taking the knight, and after d4 we have queen h4 check. So g3 will be met by queen d4. Some more trades, and in the end this knight will be hanging. So that's what Olga is counting on.
Indeed, this knight on e5 is very vulnerable, as well as the king on e1. And how do you deal with this? And as we are already in the bullet section of the matches, the players are in big time trouble. What happened?
Oh my god, here after King F1 is a horrible move because there's rook e5 and queen f2 checkmate. This game could end in a way. But here,
Oh.
black decided to capture d4 pawn. This game will last longer, but rook e5 was right there in checkmate in two moves.
Wait a second, Queen E1. What? What is happening?
All right.
So you
Why
cannot
this is
move the
so weird?
bishop because then Queen takes E8 will be checkmate. Um, if you
But
trade queens, your attack is over.
yeah, even though this looks really nice because there's a check, white can save this position. Oh
Definitely.
wow.
And you can also take with recapture with the knight, which is why Queen F6 was played instead. But it's much more difficult now to keep the pressure going as the King of F1 looks much more safe now.
It does. It does look way more safe. 1 second for black, 10 seconds for white. And there are two extra
Oh,
pieces.
the time Olga flagged in the last position. What a game! That was so exciting. Olga made it super sharp, and Divya got away with the move King F1.
Yeah, to be honest, I you really did not see much of this because everything happened so fast.
Yes.
It was so complicated. I simply don't understand. Yeah, this is 1+1, so there is still increment on the clock. If you have some like extra two pieces, of course, this is just easy for you to play because you can pre-move all these moves. Um, but what a crazy game it was.
It was. So many things happened, and seeing Olga going for such risky lines makes me really happy because that makes the game super exciting. But she did not get rewarded for that, as she lost the initiative there. She lost the attack, so that made it very easy for Divya to win the game in the end. So
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, do we want to switch to another match perhaps to see how the bullet portion is going there?
Yeah, any particular matchup or just next game?
Um, ooh, it's so hard to choose at some point.
Yeah,
We've been
I
all through
know.
all the matches. All right,
How
let's
about
take a
this
look at
one?
this one.
So here we have Bentica against Gulnar, and in this match, this is quite a close match, right?
It
So
is.
we have 1 point ahead from Bentica, then we have just equal, and the match is going on and on like this. So and you cannot really evaluate the position because this is bullet game and something crazy can happen. And
Absolutely. It will go from blunder to blunder at some point. So the games are definitely really crazy. And we also might see flags because, well, we have a 1 second increment, but this 1 second goes by so fast, you might not even realize that you're low on time because you think
you
that this one
hardly
second
blink the
increment.
eye. Like
Yes.
more time to blink the eyes than to
Yeah,
make a move.
if you have to like sneeze or something, you will just lose on time. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to turn into a robot mode when you play and just not even breathe, like yeah, not to spend any second for anything else.
Right,
Oh.
right. And oh, 94 is dropping the exchange. Why did she go for that?
Oh yeah, she didn't see that. She did not see that. I didn't see it too at the beginning because this e4 square looked so nice for the knight. He just the knight went zombie and went on e4 square. But she's trying. She's pushing on the king side with these pawns.
She's trying to find some compensation here on the king side as she's pushing all the pawns there. You know, might as well go all in and see what happens because the king is on more or less safe on e7 for the time being. And as long as black is able to put pressure on the king side, there might be something in the position.
Yes, and we can see this the engine bar goes down a little bit for black, and it's always good to expose the king because there will be some checks, and checks are very unpleasant. She's playing so fast; she has more than 20 seconds on the clock, and she managed to open up the G file and create some of the
Ooh.
weaknesses. She is so dangerous, so dangerous.
Oh, there is a lot of access points in White's position. Even though White is still winning, it looks very dangerous for White.
Yeah, White tries to avoid all these threats and also counterattack the king, but there are some checks. More check. Queen b4 is there. Oh, knight b. Okay.
And now we see a trade, but this knight can still be very strong in this endgame. It's not so clear. You can take the pawn on h4, actually.
Yeah, just take that one. Don't leave it. Don't leave it. Okay.
Just take it, try to take as many pawns as possible and try to go for a draw. The pawn at b6 is dropping, but the f3 pawn drops as well. And now black has two passed pawns.
And she can take on b5 as well. Knight and two passed pawns against rook. It is a dangerous, and you have more time on the clock. This
And
girl
now
can make magic.
black is the only one going for a win here. There is no way that white can win in this position as black has the two passed pawns. White should be careful in this situation.
Oh, knight c2!
Knight c2 dropping the rook.
Oh no! Oh no! Wait! You said that there's a no chance for knight forks, right? In some positions.
I am famous for that clip. Yes.
Yeah.
In this position, I was not gonna say it, but it was on my mind. It was not gonna happen, but
I knew you had at least in your mind that, but you were careful now to say things after that accident.
Yes, I'm terrified. I have a bad reputation right now.
Wow, we have a checkmate over here. Nice games, nice games. I do love this portion. I do love the bullet portion.
The games are going back and forth, and what a win by Gulnar. She had a complete lost position.
Yeah, and what paid off for her was just she was pushing all the time and keeping the opponent's king under the pressure. So that really paid off for her, and that's the way how we all should play. But we don't all play the way.
I wish it was that easy, but yeah, in this position between Anna Maria and Alexandra, looks like black is doing amazing. The king is still in the white king is still on e1. It might castle very soon, but there is some problems in the position.
Yeah, maybe back rank is the problem after taking the bishop. Oh, bishop c3.
What a move!
Wow. Wow, that's a brilliant one. And now we can trade and take the. Oh, I even have two
Everything
and a
is
rook.
dropping.
Oh no.
Wow.
That's two rooks for bishop. That's two rooks for bishop. This is simply winning for black.
That was such a beautiful tactic. Bishop c3, making use of all the pins in the position. That's just beautiful.
Yes, and this is very important win for Alexandra because she was 2 points down, and now the difference is just 1 point, and it's not too much in the bullet segment. Let's try to go to Andrea and check it out how
Let's have a
she's
look.
doing.
Let's have a look. She's currently down 7. Oh, actually, I was going to say she's down 7 points, but the match just finished as Alina
Oh,
scored 7.5
yeah.
points. So unfortunately for Andrea, she did not manage to get a full point, but she did get a draw. But the match is over. Alina is going through the semifinals.
Yeah, I had difficult time to find her game and going up and down. I was like, where is she? Where is she? But yeah, 7.5 point. Well done, Alina. That was quite a convincing way.
Indeed, that was very convincing, and she did not lose a game, which is really impressive. So we're now in this game against between Divya and Olga. What is going? So Black has a queen, but no other pieces, and she resigns here as she realizes there is nothing she can do with the queen. Is not able to do anything.
Yeah, there was two rooks and the two bishops for a queen, and basically there's zero chance there to fight for anything because queen is very strong piece, but not stronger than four other pieces. So we had a resignation, and new game started. It actually makes sense to start new one right away. But Olga is really struggling in this match against Divya.
Indeed, it looks like Olga is obviously a very strong over the board player, but some players have probably difficulties to adjust to online chess. It's much obviously the time control is much faster as well, so it's not everyone's a piece of cake.
It is not. It is not. Oh, yeah, okay. I wanted to switch to this game, which just ended.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, also very important match, very close match here. White was trying to attack the king, and it ended in a way that there was a checkmate on the board. So it's so hard for us to make any prediction, at least in two matches, right?
Right. Yeah, and those matches are so close, and it will come down to who gets first to the 7.5 mark because, yeah, it. I mean, so basically, as the players, I mean, you have to score 7.5, so you might be like you might want to get a draw at some point, but otherwise you will have to get to 8 points. So
Yeah, that's right. So Divya is the closest now out of all the players. She just needs one more point to be scored. Maybe we should focus on that game, which is now in progress.
right, right.
Yeah. So after this win, Divya will get, if she wins, she will get the 7.5 points, so she can go to the next stage right away. But seems like Olga has a full control on the position for now.
Looks like it. The rooks are very active on the 6th rank. The pawn on a6 is falling. If you play bishop c8, I mean, it's not a move you want to make, and it's clear that your position is not great at all if you have to make such moves. But she's still holding the position, but the pawn d4 is dropping, and with some good technique, Olga will be able to win this game.
Yes, there is a huge advantage here. And all white has to do is to create a second weakness that can be on the king side, it can be on the queen side. But now we can see black's active rook, so this will create extra problems for white, and it will be not as comfortable as you would like to have. White is trying to trade some rooks. If we have the bishop endgame, of course, it's easier for white. Yeah, the king now is active. Maybe king c5, king b6 is a very nice idea.
Yeah, and
She's
that's
going.
why Divya is going king c7 to stop the king from entering on b6 or d6, and the king is forced to go back now. So it's not so easy to make progress here. Olga really needs to find a way to create a passed pawn to put some pressure on the king side because that's where her pawn majority is, and she trades off the bishops.
She trades off the bishops and hoping that this is winning. And actually, it's a winning now. All the queen side pawns are gone, so now white can easily focus on the king side. She's stronger there. There's a king on the side, and this should be very easy win for white. H4 here,
Indeed.
king g5, king h5, and then you can pretty much pre-move next moves. And oh, she tried to trade the rooks. She had this attempt.
Ooh. Right, with rook b4.
Yeah, king g5.
Yeah, this should be winning, but yeah, the pawns are so far away from each other. And it always scares me having the A or H pawns left in a rook endgame, but this should be fine as the pawns are so far away from each other. It's hard to stop both of them for black.
Yeah, no way the king can hold the a7 pawn only, and then Drew can just hold it h pawn. So what white is doing here is just yeah. Now we have this queen, so we have a resignation. All right. Well, Olga has some chances indeed, but Divya has this situation when she just needs one last win to win the whole match. So that's quite a nerve-wracking situation for both players.
Yeah, it's match point, and we see a very solid position right now. It looks like a delayed queen's gambit, pretty much. And black has this semi-Slav setup with the bishop out of the pawn chain, so that's really interesting. And Divya goes for c5, fixing the pawn structure on the queen side, gaining more space as well.
Yeah, to me it looks like black plays a different opening and white plays different opening here. But here we have the final position where we have more or less control on the queen side. And now whoever strikes back in the center can start to get some more advantage. And black is the one who says, I have control here and I have this ambitious, but white strikes back with 95.
95, and this pawn on c6 is vulnerable. That's what black needs to look out for, and white has a lot of potential on this queen side, so I'm curious to see how Olga is going to deal with this.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe black has to play b5 at the right moment, because black is not the one who has the advantage on the queen side. So now just take this pawn and threaten this one. After e4, this is a weakness now, c6.
Right, and queen e3 is a very clever move because she might be switching to the king side instead, as the queen is tied to the pawn on e6 now, and black's king is becoming more and more exposed.
Yeah, thanks to g5 pawn now, which can be also hanging after queen e5. White plays queen to f3, just perhaps with the rook here, and make some serious threats. But queen g4 now double attack this pawn in this 4. You can play queen g6 move in this to save them, but there's also h4 coming forward. And there should be something here for white.
Definitely. Maybe even you can consider playing e4 and put pressure in the center, because yeah, the more squares you open, the better white's position, I feel like, because black doesn't really have an attack here.
Yeah, look at this, what white is doing. She opened up the g file, and black was just on time to bring this rook on the 7th rank. So if the check happens, then you can cover this one. But that was really smart idea to open up this g file for the rook. All right, where the queen goes now? Queen f3
back. But yeah, where is the attack now? The bishop is on f8, allowing the rook to be on the 7th rank on f7 and g7. And suddenly it's not so clear where is white's attack.
Rook is hanging on g1. Bishop h6 now?
h6, but bishop f6.
Oh no!
You had to play king g8 first to avoid this, and the bishop was gonna be pinned there for the next move as well.
Yeah,
that's a difficult tactic to see.
Yeah, king g8 is indeed difficult. Yeah, so by this win, Divya is having 7.5 points. That's beautifully played. This match by Divya.
Divya wins this match against Olga Gira. She took down this very strong player. It was a really interesting match, but Divya is moving on to the semifinals as well.
That's right. So we have last two matches happening, and is there any match that gets our attention the most?
Ooh, let's have a look at Anna Maria's match because Anna Maria is on 7 points. So if she wins or draws this game, she wins the match. So this is really important. And she has a better position too. Knight G4 threatening checkmate.
In one move.
Wow.
Nice. Sneaky move.
Wow. It's not easy to deal with that.
Yeah, Rook F1, she saw that and she went against it. I do like Rook F1 move, but now another problem here is H4 knight and H2 pawn. Indeed. Maybe Rook H7 at some point?
Ooh, it was possible to take the pawn h2 and then stack the rooks on the h file to recapture the knight and win the pawn in the end. But she goes for the more safe approach, improving the knight's position to e4. And now she's putting pressure on the pawn on h3.
Yep, that's right. Maybe black can try to push d5 to maintain the knight and then f4 to give f pawn away for h pawn. But white is so strong, yeah, on this pawn. Like there is a lot of defense around. It's like 5 pieces defending h3 pawn. So black has to maybe change a plan, and she switched it to g file.
White is defending really well. It's not easy for black to find a way to get through white's defense and attack on the king side over here. But knight on f4 really well placed, and white might be able to turn things around here.
Yeah, look at this knight on e6 being so active. h4 maybe causes some weaknesses now as it can be lost, but white is trying to get now rook on e6 and black says, no, you will not get there. This is getting really complicated as they have seconds now on the clock.
Ooh, both players are in huge time trouble. What is going to happen? Anything can happen. They might even run into a repetition. Oh, blundering the piece there. Ooh, she did not want to go for the repetition. And she lost the piece, and this should be game over.
That should be game over. Bishop f3 makes sense here to win another piece or trade more. Oh no! More and more blunders. She wanted to give a check on h6. It was a mouse slip, I believe.
I think so too.
All right, 8.24. I believe we have another player who already won the match.
Right, Anna Maria Marjanovic is moving on to the semifinals as well. We have one more match left. It's 6-5 for Vantika. Anything can happen because as soon as one player has 7.5 points, they move on to the semifinals. So for both players, it's still possible. The score is very close, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And look at this one more time. One more time. Gulnar is finding the moves here. Queen d5 and knight on e6 is a lose.
Oh. There was no way for Vantika to avoid this anymore. Wow. Gunnar is so tricky.
Oh, she's so tricky. She's also a player that I was facing time to time alongside with Olga, and I can say that I never won winning game against her.
Oh, she is really strong. And oh, is she going for repetition? Oh, they are.
Oh, because Sid was a threat here, and what's the way how to avoid this? Hold on, I have access to the engine.
Probably what you needed to do there was sacrifice the bishop, distract the queen, and then win the pawn on c7 and simply try to win that endgame because your pawns are much more advanced.
Oh, but it was really, really hard to figure it out, all of this in just 5 seconds. But still, nice save. She got half a point from this match, and it's still going on. And I believe Vantika doesn't feel like this is she has time to rest now because Golnar is putting all the pressure. She kind of changed the opening. She goes to Alapin now instead of bishop b5 we saw earlier. So she might have some favorite openings in different segments.
Looks like it. And also it's match point for Vantika. If she wins this game, it's already over. So this is a really important game. In case Gulnar wins, we have 2 players on match point. So that will be even more exciting. But let's see what's happened and what's going to happen in this game. Because Gulnar seems to be very active in this game.
Yeah, and I can see this move h4 h5 coming. She goes right away. This bishop is pointing to this diagonal. This bishop is ready, and whenever the knight gets on f6, or if the opponent allows the pawn push, then this will be open file again. And how about now g3 and this rook lift here with rook h1?
I
Also a
really like that
possibility.
idea, Katie.
Yeah, she's going to queen to somewhere here. There's also knight h2, knight g4, knight f6. Some moves like that possible.
There's a lot of different ways to attack here. And oh, it seems like there was a tactic
Bishop
there.
h6, bishop c6, bishop 6, bishop b4, and you are attacking bishop and the queen at the same time, and you win a piece. She's going again, I guess, but now it's not working.
Now it's too late because the knight on g5 is
Yeah.
hanging, and there is more to be worried about because the rook on c1 is hanging as well.
Oh, that's right. Oh, she found this idea, but a bit later. So, yeah. Oh, rook d4 now. Rook d4.
Rook d4 with a beautiful move, and you're losing the bishop on b4. What a series of events here. So many tactics.
That's right. That's right. So many tactics. The black turned out to have extra bishop here. Can a Golner turn the things around? Can she
Again,
do that?
no way,
Oh!
Katie!
Queen a8.
Queen A8. And that's it. You win the bishop and simply the position because the king is
Wow.
extremely vulnerable. Rook takes d8 and that's it.
Yeah, we asked and she said, "Wait a second, I'm there."
I'm
Wow.
coming. I'm on my way. Wow.
Queen f3. Okay, although the engine is not
Queen
very
f6.
convinced. Rook h4. Rook h4 check. Oh.
Oh, that was a checkmate. Okay, still checkmate. But that got tricky because the king seemed to be escaping, but queen d7 was the final blunder, allowing the checkmate to happen. And we have two players on match point.
Yeah, 6.5, 6.5. This can be the last game unless they make a draw. So let's see how this is gonna go. And meanwhile, you guys, I have this idea. How about a match between our host Anna Maya and our participant Anna Maria? Like this is gonna be so much challenge for commentators. Anna Maria and Anna Maya, like you can get so confused with that.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big tongue twister. I like the idea. I'm not sure if I'm. She is. Yeah, you mentioned she's around my age, so it will also be really a fun matchup. But
Yeah.
we actually never played before, I believe.
To be honest, I've never heard of her. This is the first time I got curious, and I learned that she became a women grandmaster in 2019, and she's Hungarian, and she's rating is quite nice. So I think that's a very good match between you two. The idea is very good.
Oh, yeah, that would be awesome.
Right. So, talking about this match, we have here a very similar pawn structure, quite looking alike, but black spaces are a bit more active. Now queen gets into the game. Maybe knight will come on d4 at some point. So c4 pawn is lost.
Oh, the c4 pawn was hanging indeed, but she didn't take it. She trades off the queens, and now this position is really balanced. It's hard to say whose side I would actually pick. Which side would you pick here, Katie?
Maybe white now because of Dirk, but I kind of feel maybe this is gonna be a draw now, and we might see another game because it's so hard to find any weakness in both positions. They are just equal to me.
Right, I agree. And there might be some tactics in the position. I was hoping for some rook c8, knight d4 ideas, but now with the knight on h6, that's not going to happen. But there's always tactics in these kind of positions, even though the material count is equal, even though the position seems very balanced. There's always tricks that you can try to go for here.
Always. And we can say that black is slowly now improving the knight's position. And Golnar turns to be really good at stealing some time from her opponent's clock. And she has some edge on the clock as well. And if the position is equal, then it really can matter how many time you have on the clock. So Vantika has to speed up a little bit.
Right, and she got the knight all the way to e4 now, which is really well placed, and she might be able to make use of this as the pawn on g5 is now under attack, and with the rook trying to support the attack, she might win the pawn on g5 at some point.
Oh, she's going for it. Now we can see this double attack on the 5th rank, and Gulnar has to give up the pawn, and she gave up the a pawn. Vantika declined that. Oh,
Ooh, knight f6, and there is a lot of tactics in that position, and she...
Oh, yes, knight f6. Can
knight
she
f6
see that?
now?
Knight f6 and rook e8, or...
King
oh,
g6,
she saw
98.
that!
She sees it and she goes for 98 check, and now you take the rook with the knight, and the knight was defending the rook, so you're not losing the rook.
Yeah, I would take this knight here, because knight is such a troublemaker in the endgame, and you play this with extra pawn in the pawn endgame, but this is still a very much winning, and I have to admit that I don't believe some miracles here in this position for black.
I don't think so too. I mean, I know I'm famous for jinxing knight forks, but the king and rook are so far away from each other. It's impossible, okay? I'm really confident about my statement.
At this time, she can freely say that. Oh, they are getting close. They are getting close.
Nope. Vantika is hearing me, king to g1.
She's getting close.
Oh no, don't take on f4, please.
No, she saved you. She saved you. King h2, just to make sure that she can take this f4 pawn in a way that it can please you, Anna Maya. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I can count on Vantika.
Wow, this is... you can now drop your rook because it's so winning. You will not lose this game or even make a draw.
True. There is no way that you can lose that.
Yeah, she's... oh, rook d5, rook d4, rook d5. You can just...
you can even play g6. Wow.
You see? She dropped it.
But Gulnar didn't take it, and she knows what's up because the pawn will just push, and that's over.
Oh yeah, this is pretty much over. All you need is just to make sure you're not plundering the queen, and f7 now. Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
But we don't have a resignation yet, though. Yeah, go ahead.
Not yet.
It makes sense. This is the last game for Gulnar. If she loses this match, then she loses the match. So, oh wow, good match for both sides. A good play, indeed.
Really well played. Vantika goes through the semifinals. All matches have ended in the quarterfinals, and we will be moving on soon to the semifinals. All matches have ended. Let's have a look at the bracket, Keddy. Who will be playing against who in the semifinals?
Yes, and here we have on the screen. So Vantika will go against Alina. So interesting matchups now. And we have Divya against Anna Maria. So wow, you can barely say who's the favorite in those matches.
It's really difficult, but all the players have proven what they're capable of in the matches. We've seen so many games already. We will be going to a short break. The players are getting some rest and going to be ready very soon for the semifinals. This is the 2022 FIDE Chess.com Women Speed Chess Championship. We will be back very shortly after a short break. Make sure to stick around because we will be back soon.
everything he can here. Queen takes c6. Oh my God, this is not over.
Knight e4, but the queen d8 check. Rook f8.
No, a4, Luft. Oh my God, rook f7 is coming. Rook f8.
Oh
d5.
my goodness.
White is winning. White is winning.
Oh, queen. Die, you're missing.
Oh, he's got look on time. Queen f1. Oh my God. God, black is now flying again.
No way.
Oh my God, it's still a game. Somehow c4, here come the other pawns.
Oh my God, I can't watch this
I've
anymore.
never seen anything like this in my life. Queen e6 check.
Queen e6
and black
check,
is
it's
gonna
over.
win.
H2.
It's over. It's over.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I think, Daya, we need a breather after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. We had a really amazing, exciting quarterfinals just now, and we're moving on very shortly to the semifinals. Katie, how much are you looking forward to the semifinals?
Oh, well, there was an appetizer for us, and now we're going to a really important part in the semifinals, and then finals will be just amazing. I promise you guys.
Indeed. And before we do, let's have a look at another match that is coming up today. The I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship continues today. The next exciting match in the I'm Not a GM Speed Chess Championship is set, and you won't have to wait too long for it. Today at 10 a.m. Pacific, it's Flawless Fighter International Master Polina Shuvalova versus Chess Dojo's International Master David Proust. The winner will move on to the quarterfinals to face James Conti. You won't want to miss it. It will be right here on chess.com/TV.
Right, Anna-Maya, David said that he has 10 new openings for this match. So
oh, wow,
I'm
really?
so looking forward to see this match. I really want to know what are those 10 new openings that he was preparing for the match.
I'm also really looking forward to that. I didn't know that, but that's really awesome. Is it like 10 different moves, or like just really 10 different openings, like sidelines and stuff, like variations in like, for example, after e4 you have many different options?
I think he meant a whole new opening, and he was trying to test it if that was working. I think it was not going well, but he was still keeping it pushing, and we're gonna see this match. I am so much looking forward to the match of David and Polina.
Me too. It's very exciting. I mean, obviously Polina is the top seed, and she By the way, she's also participating in the Women's Beach Chess Championship, so that's very exciting. She is playing in the main event. She's invited there already, so really exciting to see her play in so many events over here at chess.com.
Indeed, and the matches have started. We have here 2 matches. It's easier for us to check out the games because we have few games now. And for now, we have Divya versus Anna Maria on the board. And we can see that white is striking in the center right away with early bishop to g5. Here we have this situation where in queen is on f6. This queen very often it turns to be very weird. So
Right.
black sometimes plays queen d8 and bishop e7, or black plays g6 and bishop g7 to develop this dark square bishop, but I have not very often seen bishop e7 right away and keep this queen on f6 instead of knight. So oh, she goes g5. That's interesting.
Okay, she's making some free space for the queen as well that can safely go to g6 now. However, once you get to g6, you have to be careful of moves like bishop d3. It's a really healthy developing move, and it will be on the same diagonal as the queen. So you gotta make sure that the queen is safe. And as you mentioned, this queen on f6 is a little bit misplaced, and it will be in white's favor most of the time. So let's see how Anna Maria will deal with the queen on f6, as Divya is going long castle, playing very aggressively already.
Yes, she says like, okay, you played g5, but I'm not really afraid because my king will be just so far from the king side. And here we have e5 right away. So white wants to get more and more space, and as you just mentioned, to even bring this bishop here and have control over the big diagonal. Knight e4 is the square that this pawn open up for the knight. And the main question is where black is going to castle. Is she castle the short side? Is she castle on the long side? Because you know what? If you castle on the short side, your king is not safe after all. If you castle on the long side, you don't have much of the pieces there to cover your king.
It'll be very difficult, and in this position you can even consider with the white pieces playing knight b5, putting pressure on the pawn on c7, threatening a fork. And it's not so simple here for black to defend. You should probably move the knight to b6, but allowing the knight to be on b5, putting pressure on the pawn d6 as well, this could cause a lot of problems for black.
Indeed, and there will be some problems here. Queen b4 or take this pawn. C takes. Oh yeah, this is actually working. It takes d. C takes d, and then queen to b4 right away. And king d7 is a move we don't want to play. But how you're going to defend d6 pawn?
It's really difficult.
Let's see what he's thinking. Maybe she's calculating all these moves. So now, you guys, we have once again 5+3 segments. So there's a little bit more time than in the previous segments we had. She can do it. She can try.
Definitely. And we see one very funny comment in the chat, Katie. Squirrels02 is saying the queen is misplaced and the king is Mr. Placed. You get it? Just wanted to point it out. It's a really funny comment and we appreciate those.
Nice one. That's how you describe this position with black, indeed. In the other words. All right, waiting for the knight b5 to happen here. White is definitely going, like, because you don't spend so much time if you just develop your bishop or take the pawn. So she's definitely calculating this move.
Yeah, it's interesting that she's spending so much time right now because, okay, we're in the 5+1 portion of the match, obviously. So you have quite some time to spend on your moves, but the time difference is huge now, almost 2 minutes difference. And this might hurt later on as the game advances and you don't get a lot of time added to your clock every move.
I agree with that. So she has to play now at next moves very fast. Bishop d3, rook e1 maybe to develop your pieces, knight e4, and not give so much advantages on the clock. I was a bit surprised to see how many time she spent and didn't play knight b5. But indeed she has this plan to develop her pieces, and she knows she has slightly better position. And now, she had a plan to strike on the king side.
Right, and it's very difficult for white to deal with this. The knight is all the way to h2 now, so where is it heading to? f3 is a nice move.
Yeah, and how about bishop h6 here? You have to play f4. You definitely don't want to play this move, but you don't have other choice. And now, okay, not e5 maybe, but queen here, g3 can be also something that you can consider. I don't like this situation as black is creating too white.
Right. Yeah, and bishop goes to d7 now. It's heading towards c6 in the near future. So black is coming back from this slowly, and it's not clear where white's pieces are heading to because the knight on f2, it had to go around so much. So that's a little bit difficult for white, but they definitely still have some chances in this game. It's black has a really nice position, but it's definitely not over yet for white.
No, it's not yet over. You can, I think, first of all, you have to take care of this pawn by g3, but then queen to f6 make double threat. So knight e2 makes sense here to guard both of the pawns. Then this allows knight d5 to be activated in the center. At some point, white had to play this pawn g3, and you just have very weird pawn structure. And I expect here at some point move like e5 to be pushed.
That would make a lot of sense as the pawn on f4 is pinned. She goes for bishop c6 first, attacking the pawn on g2, which is now defended by the knight that went to e3. So looks like you can capture the pawn on f4, but you have to be really careful here because if you take on f4, rook f1 might happen. So that is probably not ideal.
Yeah, this will be just an unpleasant pin here that you don't want to have. There's moves like rook b8. You always need this kind of moves there, and that also can win some time on the clock. But okay, black has enough time extra now. We can see almost 2 minutes extra on the clock for Anna Maria.
Anna Maria has a great time management, and this will definitely make her feel much more comfortable throughout the game. As she's not in a rush, she can safely spend some time, make precise moves. As Divya is spending quite a lot of time, is down to 1 minute on the clock. So she really needs to start speeding up. And once you start speeding up, that's where the blunders start to arise. So let's see if she can still manage to save the position after the move e5.
Yeah, e5 is on the board. Now the threat of the open up the diagonals is even stronger as black is having the advantage of the pair of bishop. There's also a very nice square for this bishop on f3 to pin the knight. So white goes to queen a5. I do like this move to counterattack the bishop on d5. So that gives the opportunity to black to spend some time on the clock and find the square for the bishop. There is also queen to e6 to guard this bishop, or bishop f3 makes here just sense as you want to play after e4 and limit the white's light square bishop.
Right, and we see trade happening on e5, and white is trying to find some counterplay here, but the queen on a5 is on its own, trying to attack on the queen side, but it's not enough. You need more pieces, and those pieces are not able to support you just yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. To be honest, this position looks like okay for white, but then when you go in deep in some calculation, you like less and less for white, just because of the weaknesses that is created. The g3 pawn, e5 pawn, the bishop over here, and bishop f5.
Wow.
Ooh. All right, but what happens if I take first?
She's confident that after rook takes d1, rook takes d1, queen takes f5, you know what she's seeing? Rook d8 check, rook takes, queen takes, and after queen c8, there's queen e6 check. But the problem is you can take this bishop on h6, but the knight on e2 is falling.
That's upsetting for white to calculate so deep, and then in the end, the knight on e2 is hanging. Is black going? Black is so going for that.
Wow, it looked so promising, but I believe that Divya is realizing that it's not working, and she moves on to knight d4, but it shouldn't be enough as she's down a piece, and black has a fantastic position.
Black has very good position. Now she pins the knight. E6 is a very strong move. You take this pawn, there's queen e5 check, and the rook on h8 is hanging. So there is still some stress going on, but black can simply ignore this. Play queen to c7, which is now on the board. Offer for queen trade, and then rook on d1 is also under the attack.
Still hanging, and now even in, especially in an end game, this should be winning for Anna Maria. Divya is down to a few seconds on the clock. This should be a win for Anna Maria.
It should be a win because also f3 pawn is very strong, and you just have this pawn together with the bishop. You just need to push it a bit forward, get this bishop on the diagonal to secure the pawn, and next you can just bring the rook on the g file, and she's going for that.
Yep, and we're going to see rook g1, and this should be very easy conversion, and Divya runs out of time. She was probably about to resign, and that's the first win for Anna Maria in this match.
Yeah, and there was a cute smile, some emotions from her, and she was very happy. And we are we are very happy to see their emotions too. What I have searched about Divya is she's a very young player. I think around 17 years old. If I'm wrong, you guys correct me. And yeah, that's her who won the women tournament, women championship in India, and she is just tough one, tough one. Already women grandmaster. We have now her women international master title. Maybe she didn't upgraded that, but she recently became a women grandmaster in the spring.
Ah, okay, that's very impressive. A rising star, very young player, and looking forward to see her in other tournaments.
Yeah, she's 16 years old. Yeah, maybe she's 16. More accurate, maybe she's 16 years old, but it's quite a young age to win an Indian Women Championship. That's, you guys, we know how strong Indian players are, so that's very impressive, and it's so good to see her at this tournament doing very good. So here we have this position. Catalan, seems like Catalan a bit delayed with the d4 pawn, d4. But sooner or later, white will just take this pawn and push d4 in the center.
Yeah, and a4 is stopping the pawn push to b5. It's very typical in these structures to push the pawn to b5 and strengthen the pawn structure on the queen side, but a4 is stopping it, and that's why Divya is going for b6 instead. But her pawn structure is not the greatest. White's plan is very clear. And it will be difficult to deal with the pawn on c6 being a big target for white.
Yep. There was a here some trap. If you take this pawn on c4, then maybe bishop a6 to attack the queen, and e2 pawn in the end, and the rook will be under attack. So black wants to just break down all the white's position. So white did not really went for it. Queen c4 move. So first was queen a3 try, now queen e5 try to get the c4 pawn by the knight rather than the queen, and we have here d3 instead of d4. There is still this pin here. There is still white's piece coming into the game with the threats. The d6 pawn square can be a holder, so black just decided not to allow any of this and push e5.
And e5 can actually be met by knight takes e5, because after knight takes e5, there is d4, and your knight will be lost. And there is so much happening in this position for white. The pawn on c6 is hanging. Obviously, you're recapturing the knight on the next move. There's many weaknesses that black needs to deal with, and white will end up with a pawn war, or black will have to deal with the pin, because that is a very big threat.
It is, and oh no, we don't have that. We don't have the bishop to e3. Yeah, to be honest, I did not really felt, because this e5 pawn is guarded by the knight and the queen, and you don't really like see it at the first sign. Bishop e3 was played, that allowed knight d5 to attack the bishop, and now black is somehow putting pieces together, and maybe not so bad after all.
Yeah, it looks really like black is slowly coming back in a position, as white did not make use of this one move that was in the position knight takes e5. Now black is slowly coming back, being able to activate the pieces more and harmonize the pieces together.
Yes, that's right. So a5 wanted to create some of the queen side problems for black, and black push the pawn on b5 that blocks the bishop, and black should try to push the c5, and she goes right away. She knows if not this one now, then the light square bishop will have some problems. So queen to d6 now. The engine dislikes that.
It looks very logical to play queen e6 to activate the pieces, and she's probably trying to prepare c4, but the problem is your bishop is on a6 and it wants to go to b7, try to trade it off with the bishop on g2, but she's confident that she is going for c4, and it might happen sooner or later.
Yeah, I just checked by the engine why this queen d6 was so wrong for black, because of b4, and white could sacrifice this pawn and then get this pawn. Actually, what now Anna Maria is doing, she's preparing this b4, and now if she can find this move, she can get, and she did find this move. She can get now this very active bishop on this diagonal, and some things can go wrong for black indeed.
This looks really amazing for Anna Maria. b4 is a really good move, making use of the fact that the pawn structure is a little bit strange on the queen side, and now with the c5 pawn being targeted, this bishop on a6 will have a very difficult time making progress. It should go to b7, but you don't have the time for it anymore.
Yes, you kind of do. And you're playing without the bishop here. In the Catalan positions, you always struggle with this bishop. But when you push c5, it very often solves the problems. But not in this very particular game. Black had to open this bishop by before right away, but not easy to give up the c4 square. So now we have this, and black has to deal with this problematic bishop on the light squares. And you know what? You cannot hold this c5 square either. Like if you bring this rook on c8, then after trade bishop comes on b4, and there will be a lot of pins that these bishops are creating.
Yeah, and once again, Divya is down on the clock by almost 2 minutes. Again, Anna Maria has such a great time management, and this might hurt Divya a lot later on as we move on later to shorter time controls. We're moving on. After this game, we'll have the 3+1 portion of the matches, and then after that, we will have bullet 1+1. So speed is really important in these time controls, and it shows in the games we've seen so far that Anna Maria has a great time management.
Yeah, yep. That's so important. You pointed out really well, because when it comes down to the bullet segment, having this style that you can create the problems to the opponent and still keep the time on the clock can pay it off. And Divya might struggle there, but first we have this portion. This is the second game, and this is the final game in this segment. Maybe in 3+1, Divya can strike back.
Absolutely, and we see b takes c5 on the board now, and this does not, okay, it looks like it allows c6, but there's 3 pieces defending that square and only 2 defending, so that is not too concerning. But obviously this does drop the pawn on b5, and you are attacking the knight on d7 at the same time. But instead she trades, which makes a lot of sense.
It does. c6 is still not there, but you can try to play a6 and then rook a5 to go after this weakness. That's an idea. Another idea is to bring the bishop maybe here on the b4 square to try to play c6 move next, but you have to fight against knight c6 itself. So a6 is now on the board, and maybe she's going for that. Oh yeah, she's going for that.
She is, and she's going for that pawn on b4 now. Let's see how she follows up, because now it's not so easy. Do we play rook a4? You can take the pawn with bishop, but it's a bit dangerous to take the pawn with your bishop knowing that the rook is on the same file as the queen on the b file.
Yeah, you maybe not want to risk that. now, as this is still a weakness, maybe 95 and try to distract the knight, because 97 is a really big threat. So she can take by the knight, she can take by the bishop now, and there are too many pieces now controlling b4 square. Queen g4?
Queen g4 is a really creative way of defending the pawn on b4, and she's also threatening to take on e2. So that's a really powerful move. And wow, Anna Maria goes for bishop e3. She defends the pawn by moving the bishop, and now the queen is guarding e2.
That's right. Seems like they're finding the best moves now. The play of Divya is very impressive. She does this at when she has 8 seconds on the clock. But now seems like rook c4 comes on the way. Knight is under attack. This knight has to find a square where the knight goes. Oh, on b4?
On b4, it seems like the only square taking the pawn. And since two rooks are defending the knight on b4, it should be completely fine.
That's right. Now maybe you can push the pawn as it's cannot. Oh, this also opens up this. I do like this move. Not to allow black to block this c pawn, or just to bring this queen on the d file, d2. All right. Still c6. I believe it's a very nice idea to take a7 pawn.
She's probably a bit too worried about giving up that pawn. She might feel like she will lose that pawn very quickly. So she's taking it easy. She knows she has a great advantage. So she's taking her time as Divya is down to 3 seconds.
Oh wow, and we see the engine bar goes up and down, so there are chances for both players as the time is getting more and more tricky. White still have more active pieces, and the white is one who's pushing. Yeah, she got these rooks here on c file, ready to pawn push and also open up this very, very important diagonal here.
Wow, the evil bar is just dancing up and down, but it's clear that white has the advantage, and it's very difficult for Divya to not only play the best moves, but especially while being low on the clock. And now Anna Maria is down to 20 seconds, so who knows what could happen.
Yeah, really, the moment that you might see here some of the blunders as they are just pre-moving some of the moves or just playing very fast. Queen h2. Oh, there was a threat. White saw that.
Divya is very resourceful for someone that is so low on time. She's making really impressive moves, and the fact that she is capable of creating such threats while being so low on time is really impressive.
It is, and she's picking up all the pawns on the queen side now, and white is the one who is starting to play with the knight and make some unpleasant threats, but okay.
Checkmate on the board, queen takes 7. Wow.
Oh no!
That was out of nowhere.
Oh, where is Divya? We lost Divya for a second. I think she just left the board. Oh my god, 93.
Oh wow, yeah, she did so well. She fought really, really well. She was low on the clock for so long, and she was still surviving. I mean, the engine is was saying for the longest time that white is winning, but find the win. It's not that simple. As long as the material difference is very small. I believe there was rarely even a material difference. It was more or less equal. So as long as that's in the position, it's not so clear, and you have to prove that you are actually winning.
Yes, there was a beautiful trap by Anna Maria by the queen b2. That was hitting g7 pawn, and it paid off actually. That's that tricky move. We have now another match, Vantika and Alina. It seems like the first portion of the match, 5+1, ended in a way for Vantika, as she has 1.5 point and Alina has 0.5 point. And now we have already new segment started.
Right, we are in the 3+1 portion of the match. I believe we will have 4 games. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was 4 games, right?
4 games, yeah. Now we have 4 games, and then it goes 8 games.
Okay, so 4 games of 3+1. Let's see how this first game in this match is going.
Yeah, so we have here this position. I believe it's from Catalan, and when we have everything treated, very often this turns to be equal position in a classical game. It's not hard to hold it with black pieces, but when we have a bit of less time on the clock, you have to deal with several things. For instance, this pin here, the bishop creates. There can be some sort of like bishop take. You have to take with a pawn because this bishop is here hanging. There's just very, very small details that black has to take care of, but you have to spend time for that to figure it out.
Yeah, it's not so easy for black. As you mentioned, it's very difficult to figure it out because white's pieces are developed really well. And black obviously also managed to develop the pieces, but the bishop is on d7. It's not on the most ideal place. You would rather put the bishop on a diagonal, an open diagonal, control many squares. The bishop on c5 is a little loose as it is under attack by the queen, and now also the knight. So Vantika decided to give the bishop pair and with the compensation to weaken the pawn structure of black. So there's a lot of pressure on black's position, and that's why it's so difficult to play this.
Yeah, you pointed out about this bishop here. That's also a big factor. If the bishop is on c6, there will be less problem, and black would be just fine to have double pawns on the king side and the bad pawn structure. But this bishop can be game changer here. You might still say like, no, 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 it's a beautiful bishop. It's a French type of bishop and can survive, can go here on e8 for a moment to hold it. But now white's threat is knight d6, right? And this knight d6 attacks the pawn on b7. But instead of this first, white is going after f6 pawn, and white wants to get best out of this knight. And most like f5 will be just crucial for black. So now we have e5 happening, and maybe that's the chance for the light square bishop to find a way.
Yeah, queen c3 made a lot of sense, putting pressure on the pawn on f6, but e5 opens up the bishop, as you said. So that will definitely give it will be possible for Alina to make progress here. And Vantika is now trying to hunt down that bishop with knight h4. But what is the follow-up after bishop e6?
It's hard to find actually, and now black is maybe threatening to play a5 and get more and more space advantage. And when you have pair of bishop, you want more space advantage indeed. So for now, after all these traits of the rooks, black is controlling everything. And you ask about the follow-up. I am really struggling to find even a follow-up for this knight. Maybe knight has to come back at some point, or just try to control f5 square by bishop e4, queen d3, and then knight f5.
Perhaps bishop e4 would be a good idea. Queen d3 looks also very reasonable. As long as white can keep an attack going, can control some of the squares on the king side, white has some sort of advantage. Obviously, black has a pair of bishops, but black doesn't have much to play for here, as there's not many weaknesses in white's position.
Yeah, it is not. It's just the pieces are just knight is there, another knight is there. So if white managed to put pieces together, then it will be just fine position. As there's no weakness that we can feel for now for whites, as you just mentioned. E4, I do like this move e4 to just lock this bishop on g2.
Looks like a really good move indeed, and it's not so clear anymore. Okay, bishop h3 is a very good move, putting pressure on the pawn on f5. And as black is pushing the pawns on the king side, a lot of squares are weakened as well. But black is fine because of the fact that the square on e5 can be controlled by either the knight or the bishop. Knight e5 it looks like a very logical move in the near future. And this f3 square might be very crucial in this game.
Yeah, it might be. Now I'm thinking out how about to get this bishop somewhere nice and then get knight on e5 and d3. Knight c4 comes back and attacks the bishop, and black is ready to repeat the position. Oh no, 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 no. She wants to find the best square for the bishop and to get this knight on e5. Yeah, she's going there. She's going there on f3 square or d3 square even. It's very nice looking.
Vantika had a great position, but it's super difficult to make progress here, especially because Alina is playing so well and she's controlling all the squares now. But Bishop e5. She's allowing the move f4.
Yes, f4 was so important move
Wow, that was a
there. The
really
knight was
tricky move
hanging.
to see.
Yeah. Okay, 95. This is so interesting. Is there a move 95 here to get this knight and just take some of the good pieces of black?
That looks really nice indeed. Knight d5. She does it.
She does that. Ooh.
Wow. After
Ooh.
bishop takes d5, you take the knight, and there are problems for black suddenly.
Yeah, if you take by the rook, I'm happy to trade the rooks and then take this knight. Bishop is under attack. Pawn on a7 is under attack. There's a little pawn, but can be something. And yeah, we're going to get that.
We have it on the board with the rooks off the board as well. And you might say that in this endgame, the pair of bishops are going to be very strong as the position is quite open, but white has a lot of counterplay because the pawn structure of black is still not the greatest. And there are no access points on f3 as the knight of black has disappeared from the board.
No. And now, to be honest, this knight is just better piece than the bishop on e6. So now white has captured some of the pawns. I believe she will keep the pawn extra. Oh, not that way. Knight f5 is coming, maybe. No.
Okay, she decides to play queen a6, played safe.
Yeah. Maybe she was scared of king f6 and the both knight and the queen will
Alina flags! Oh, it was such an equal position.
No way.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
No way. Well, 2 points lead for Vantika. That is very good for her indeed. And here we have another bishop e5 position. That can be quite a shock for Alina, right? To lose on time the equal position.
Indeed, and we are moving on to the next game now. I hope for her that she doesn't tilt because of this, because there's still a lot of games ahead. Once again, it's first to 7.5 points that wins the match and advances to the finals today. So it would be a pity if if this would be the cause of many losses. So let's hope she recovers from this very quickly. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
We're going to see what happens. Let's take a look at this second match. The position is so interesting and tempting to take a look. And also the situation is that Anna Maria is taking having 1 point lead against Divya. And here we have this position where we potentially might have the isolated pawn on d5. And white has both bishops just developed from the side, so those bishops are very good to attack the center. And at some point we might have c takes d4 position, and here we have it.
There you go.
I played these positions too, and I know that you can't hold so long the center with black. And there is this situation, Anna Maya, when black has very active pieces, but white has full control over d4 square, which stops d5 coming forward.
Exactly. Typically, you want to attack on the king side with black, but you're not able to. White has a very solid defense there. This bishop on g2 is a very strong both attacker and defender of the king. So yeah, we will see as we see trades happening in a position. This pawn on d5 will become very vulnerable.
Yeah, it does. Black had a chance to take this pawn piece back by the pawn and have hanging pawn, but she was not happy to do it because white was controlling those 2 squares too, and she just kept 1 weakness on the board. And with a perfect play, with a correct play, this is not losing. And while white will attack this pawn, you can find an additional thing and you can counterattack. So I believe she will take by the rook at this time as well, or maybe this can be a bit challenging now if you take by the rook, because you will have the back rank issues.
Right, so b takes c6 would make sense, as you would also strengthen the pawn on d5, but it does weaken the pawn on a7, so it's really hard to avoid having weaknesses in this position for black, and she decides to take with the pawn indeed.
Indeed, she did that, and now rook c1 is on the board. Queen a5 can come and just point out those weaknesses. What white can do is just to stop a c6 pawn going forward with rook c5 and even b4, just to dominate the queen side, and then slowly strike back in the center with maybe even e4.
Right, and we see h6. h6 is maybe not a necessary move right now, but it is always useful to play such a move. It's both a waiting move as well as opening up a square for the king to not get back ranked checkmated. But she's also going to bring the king over to the center as the queens are off the board now.
That's right. Both kings are marching into the center. Maybe that's less problems here for black, as we have queens off the board. There's still this rook left here on the 5th rank, which white is going, but yeah, black can simply stop that threat with rook e7 now. This might end in a draw unless we have some blunders.
It might, because it's not so clear how to make progress here for either side. I feel like white has the initiative to play for something and black needs to be defending here, but it's very simple for black to defend, as the rook can easily stand on c7, defend both a7 and c6. And there we go, rook e7.
Yep, rook e7 is on the board, and you do have these two weaknesses on the board, but you managed to bring the king on time, so that's very nice. You can even free your rook and get this king on b6, but now it's a bit difficult to do that because a7 pawn will be hanging. So rook a6, maybe there's a threat of bishop b5, so black stopped that happening.
Rook b7 stops the bishop b5 move, and it's very difficult to see for both sides what's next, because the weaknesses are very well defended of black, and there are no more weaknesses anymore. So I believe black will be trying to push the pawns on the king side with g5, h4, but with a simple move like g4, you can stop everything, or you can even consider trading off some pawns there too.
Yes, and I'm starting to worry about if what you just mentioned, if black is starting to roll the pawns on the queen side and rook is there too, bishop is there too. Maybe white's rook will be just misplaced here, but not yet. She's not in rush to start the king side pawn attack. All right.
Yeah, we see some rook moves over here from black's side. Black is trying to find a way to enter white's position, but it's pretty much impossible, as the bishop is covering all sorts of squares, as well as the king, very well placed on d2.
That's right, maybe b5 here?
That's
White
really
has to find some... Oh, now she's threatening bishop d5. Very tricky idea. So, all right, this goes king c3. b4 is guarded, maybe for a5 to trap the rook on a6. Oh no, rook is trapped.
The rook is in trouble.
Oh no.
The rook is still fine, but you really need to play bishop 8 or bishop c8 and free the rook as soon as possible, because this position is worrying for black.
Yeah, there was a nice attempt from Anna Maria, but Divya found the best way to free the rook. And now, once again, rook is on the right spot. c7, e7 was just a perfect square for these rooks. Time is getting really shaky here on the clock, so we might have some unexpected events happening.
True, and Divya is playing very solid. She is just playing left and right, and it's Anna Maria that needs to be finding progress moves here, and that's not simple, because the more she pushes her pawns, the more weaker they get. The pawn b5 is now a big weakness, but it is very easy to defend, as the king is also very close. But it's really difficult to make progress, and the players agree to draw by repetition.
Yeah, well, White tried her best. She was attacking, but black guarded it, all the weaknesses so well. So draw was quite a normal result for both players. And guess what? Here we have your positions, Anna.
Here we have the French defense, but they go for a more solid and closed line, not going for the main lines in the French. And it looks like a King's Indian attack.
Yeah, it transposed to that with the color reversed, and now white is to play d5 to close the center, and black has the very nice attack against e5 pawn. Black can start to play on the queen side, and if there is not a checkmate on the king side, black can really get very nice play there on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and White's plan is really clear. The bishop will go to f4 to defend the pawn on e5, and the knight from f1 will be able to go to h2 to potentially g4, and then the square on f6 will be really important as the pawn on the h file is advancing to h6, trying to get the pawn on g7 and push to g6, so the f6 square will be very weak.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. But now after h6, I think what black is hoping for is queen to c2. To take this pawn, there's a line with queen at g4, which threatens a checkmate, and maybe then g6. So black is trying to take a pawn on c2, and I'm having difficult time to find a way how you are actually guarding c2 one.
Yeah, looks like Divya needs to sacrifice the pawn and find a way to compensate this. And she goes for the queen g4 move instead. She is focusing on the king side attack, which makes a lot of sense because if black decides to take the pawn c2, she will have attacking chances, and this queen on c2 will be misplaced.
That's right, but now after queen g4, she also dropped e5 pawn, which was captured right away by black. And now bishop to f6. This bishop also, in a way, guards g7 pawn and the king side. And now knight f3 is a serious threat.
Oh, she allows it, but she does pin the knight at the same time. So is knight f3 still a move in a position? You can consider playing it. It's not losing material. But is this a position you want to switch to? She does it.
Absolutely, because you're trading the queens, and then b2 and c2 both are under attack. So you have to play c3, and then at some point you have this b4 threat.
And this looks very promising for black because black has a pair of bishops. Black is the one putting pressure on white's position, and white is trying to go for a4, trying to hit the pawn on b5. Let's see what Anna Maria decides to do.
Yep, b4 is on the board. Now c3 will be a weakness. You have to take it back because the moves like d4 will not really save the pawn. And the bishops are getting more and more squares to control. Maybe bishop c3, bishop d4. This d4 square looks amazing. And it's time to trade more and more pieces. Maybe rook c1 should be played, or b5, a5 to create some counter attack on the queen side.
It's really difficult to get rid of this bishop on d4. You might want to consider playing knight d2, knight b3, but this allows the move rook c2, and you would not want to deal with that. So that's why rook c1 makes a lot of sense, at least getting one pair of rooks off the board. And she goes for knight e3, which makes a lot of sense, blocking the bishop on d4.
That's right, but there is this move for black, rook c3 to attack the d3, but first he decided to take care of the back rank and activate the king and get this king into the center. White is doing the same and brings this king on e2. So here we have the situation where black has to find some very, very nice breakthrough of the position.
It's not so simple because you have a great position, but where is the breakthrough? The pawn on h5 is very funnily placed. You could say it's a weakness, but how do you attack it? It's very well defended, and it's actually stopping you from playing certain moves. Like, you know, you can play g6, but it will open up the h file, and that might be worrying for black. So it's not so simple here to play with either side.
That's right. I agree with that. It's just in a before this one previous position, white had an advantage, but it was very hard to break through, and black was very solid to guard it. Bishop f6 was in fact a really tricky move, as d4 was a serious threat there to win some material, and these bishops are now moving around. I think next will be bishop d8. Oh, bishop c3. Bishop c3.
Bishop c3 does a pawn right away.
Oh.
Yeah, she missed this, and now the pawn a5 drops, and this will be very difficult for Divya as she has no play anymore on the queen side.
Wow, that gives Black a really good chance to even win another pawn now. Like you can chase this pawn. White is trying her best to create some counterplay on the king side, create some weaknesses. Still, there are some chances, but I believe Black has more chances to convert this one with more time on the clock than White has chances to hold it for a draw.
Right, and Divya is trying to create some play by playing h6, trying to create some weaknesses on the king side now that the queen side there's not much to do there for her anymore. So h6 is a really resourceful move, and you would want to play knight g4 here to play knight f6, but it allows moves like rook c2, and I'm not sure you want to deal with the rook just yet.
Not yet, no. Oh, what?
Oh, wait
Oh,
a second,
it's
knight
not a
c4
blunder.
check! It brings the bishop!
Wait, I thought it was a blunder for White, but it's a blunder for Black. No.
You have to take on
Yeah,
c4 to sacrifice the rook, but instead she sacrifices the piece, and this is completely losing.
My goodness, what was that move? Knight c4, to be honest, I thought it was a mouse sleep, and I thought she blundered the piece, but in fact, Black blundered the bishop. Knights are so tricky, and shout out to Divya to be able to find this, to make this trap.
She found it. She saw this miles away. She played this move so quickly, as if she prepared this like 20 moves ago. It's incredible.
Yeah.
What?
Oh! Repetition?
Huh? They drew by repetition?
No.
I don't think that was
way.
Divya's plan. I think because of the time trouble situation, she was just playing moves really quickly. She did not mean to do that.
Oh no way. That was unfortunate repetition. She just wanted more time because she was struggling on the clock. Uh she has to come back now. She had really good chances. I'm afraid she's maybe still considering the previous game, and very often that happens to everyone, right, Anamaya? You had some horrible thing happening in the previous game, and your brain is still stuck there. But Divya has to be
Yeah.
focused now. She might not have more chances, so this is her chance in this game. Wow,
Yeah,
that
it's
was a
very
bit.
difficult. It's not easy to get over this. She found this really nice tactic, and to end the game like that, it's really difficult to get over that. But she fought really well. She was losing the entire game pretty much. So the fact that she even was able to get a draw off of that is already amazing.
It is truly amazing. So yeah, there is one comment that I would love to just point it out. There was a hashtag women in chess, I think right after the blunder, but you guys, let's face the fact that women chess is a lot of fun and you can never predict what can happen, okay? It's quite challenging. It is quite challenging, and it is just beautiful as the way it is. And
I agree.
we don't need to make fun of the players who are doing their best, and instead to point it out that they're doing a great job, and they give us a chance to have really good time. Like out of all, I think we have the most of the fun now rather than the players, right, Anamaya?
Absolutely. They treat us very well with amazing games. They're so sharp, they're so full of tactics, and you don't see that often, right? Like yeah, I really enjoy watching their games, and yeah, they're
You can
also like
barely
so
predict
close to each
anything.
other.
Yes, you can barely predict anything, but now what we can predict is that this pawn on b3 is under attack, and white goes in a way like I'm guarding this pawn, but not in a right away. But if you take this one, I will take your central pawn, and your queen will struggle there. So black is not definitely not going for that. Instead, black can try to play something like 95 to centralize the pieces, maybe another knight on d7 and then on e5 and start to push the f pawn.
Right, that looks like a really nice idea. And you would say that because like white has a pair of bishops, but this bishop on
Mhm.
b2 is not doing much. So you might want to consider maneuvering it to f4, and she does it. Anna Maria is going for it, bishop c1, and she's probably looking forward to put the bishop on f4.
Yes, because in this pawn structure, this bishop on a b2 is very close, hitting this pawn on d4. So what she's doing is just amazing to spend at least 2 moves, and now b4 is a serious threat that black has to worry about. If white opens up the b file, then white will have very good counterplay.
And she goes queen c7. In this position, she gets out of the file where the rook is on in case b4 ever happens. And now we see f4 on the board. Where does the knight go?
Knight goes on the g6, but this knight is quite limited there. Maybe she can just bring this knight on up to f5 and try to get on e3 at some point. Yeah, somehow this pawn creates so much space advantage for white on the king side. And rook to a7, that means that she wants to play next move b6 in case of b4, or even without b4, she's going right away just to make sure that the rook on a8 will not hang in. And you also want to bring rook lift this one on e7. Rook e7, rook e8 makes here a lot of sense.
And the thing is here that the white pawns are really advanced on the king side, but you're not able to push them further, because if you do, you'll lose one of the pawns pretty much, or you weaken a lot of squares. So for the time being, they're defending really well, but I can see it happen that black might have some sacrificing opportunities here, sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns and create an amazing attack.
Yeah, that's for sure that Divya is keeping the eye on. She plays now h5. Maybe she wants to play h4 to weaken the f pawn. White has opened up the a and b file, but that does not really create any danger to black. And now all the game goes into the center and also to the king side. And the one who is stronger there has just better chances. Yeah, I like h4.
I like it too, and that's why Anna Maria is like, nope, that's not happening.
I'm first. I'm first. Wow. But now this pawn structure is even more tempting for black to sacrifice the piece for 2 pawns, as you pointed out.
Right, and Divya is going for knight g4 in the near future, as the square on g4 is really weakened now by the move h4. So it has a downside to it as well, but there's not much you can do about that. But for the time being, it's not too bad to allow the knight to come to g4. There's other things need to worry about, like the queen infiltrating through the queen side.
I would say that knight on c2 would be a problem here for white, but seems like this knight is limited thanks to d4 pawn. So queen d1 was the move to be played now, and now white wants to trade more and more pieces, and I think white will be just happy if draw happens here, as black's knights are dangerous, queen is dangerous now, and there can be also some kind of bishop lives here on the other side to trade white's very strong bishop.
And then Maria wants to trade off the queens desperately, as she realizes that her king is not the safest. So once the queens are off the board, she'll have a much easier time dealing with this position. But Divya wants to keep the attack on the board and keeps the queens on the board as well. So she goes knight g4 after all.
Yep, she's going for that. She wanted to get this knight on e3. I thought that the best way was to trade the bishops, but there was also another way to do it so, and white is attacking g4 pawn. Is there a way you can... Oh, she's finding a way, knight h6.
Knight h6, perhaps you can play queen h1. Okay, Anna Maria stops it with knight g2. Really good move.
Right, seconds on the board for both players. White want to trade the queens. Black says, no, not now, but now it's time forced to trade.
It's forced, and we see both players now having a passed pawn, a defended passed pawn, but neither of them can push those pawns.
That's right, and also c5 pawn seems to be the target for white, but black's king is just so fast and kicks this bishop back on d2. And here we have this position, seems to be equal, but with no time on the clock, anything can happen.
Absolutely. And it's not clear how to make progress here, but with so few seconds on the clock, anything can happen. And it's too early to call it a draw.
Yeah, but you can't offer a draw. It's hard to repeat the position, so maybe they have to play. Oh no!
She played e6. She is trying to find some improvement in the position, but she just drops the pawn. And now she does have the passed pawn on h4, but is it enough? She can take on... Oh, she didn't take. She could take and win a pawn.
It was so free pawn. But she didn't went for it. Instead, she went to activate the knight. I think that's still fine.
g3 was hanging, and you could also pick up the pawn on h4 after that. So she didn't want to lose the pawn on c5, though.
2 seconds for black, 7 seconds for white.
Oh, this position we never... Knight b2, check, knight b2. What is happening? The c5 pawn drops and you can defend it.
And then d4 drops right away. g3 as well. Oh my god, I don't know what's happening here. White has 2 pass pawns on the sides, far away from each other. Take on
h7.
Yep.
Wow. What a finish.
That was a horrible blunder in the end. I think there was still some chances, if not 96 blunder.
Definitely drawing chances. What a game. That was... The end game was going back and forth. Both players were not having it to call it a draw. They want to fight. They want to fight for blood. They want to see blood.
Or we want to see blood. But the thing is, like, it takes so much time for you to offer a draw, and not necessarily means that your opponent's gonna see that. You just might automatically decline it. So they have to keep it go, just to keep it go and play. And we have blunders when we don't have time on the clock, indeed.
Indeed, and we are actually moving on right away to bullet. The 3+1 portion has ended. We see on the scoreboard that Vantika is up 5.5 to a half point for Alina, which is a great score, and she only needs 2 more wins to win the whole match.
That is a really domination in these 2 segments, and Alina was the one who did that to her opponent in the first round. Andrea was having struggle, but bullet section is really tricky. Let's see if Alina can score some of the points.
Let's have a look. So we're in this opening where both players have quite some space, white more than black, but black is definitely playing for something here. However, I don't really like putting the queen on b7 because the queen is not active there at all, and white has a beautiful center now.
Yeah, I don't like the center, and the queen on b7 looks like a new bishop to be there. White has this space advantage. Maybe white can also try to just bring this pawn on h4 just to be ready to get more control over the king side, but instead she goes on the queen side, and now she's threatening c5. I don't think queen a8 stops that threat coming, and here we have c pawn being pushed forward. And after the trade, a5 will be a serious weakness, like queen takes, and then rook b6, rook b5 attacks the a5 pawn right away.
Vantika is playing really well. She plays so naturally, and Alina is struggling to find some nice play in this position. Her pieces are not developed well. And she's trying to find some play with bishop f8, but queen c6, and white is just dominating in this position.
That's a correct word to describe domination, is what we have here. So after queen trade, black has these 2 weaknesses. So white is right away attacks the c7 pawn by the rook, and black has to bring more and more pieces on the back rank in defense. There is 96, beautiful move. Have just played. In some points you want to play bishop d2 and attack a5.
Okay, the knight got all the way to b8, but what is it actually doing there? Needs to go back.
Come back. Yeah, that was a funny move.
Yeah, but the knight is attacking the pawn a5 now, which is now defended by the bishop. But oh, d5 is a really nice move, opening up the bishop, attacking the rook.
And knight d8 now takes
98.
knight b8, knight d8. At least knight d8 now takes something. All right, a pawn.
That looks really nice for white, and yeah, it's really funny to see such knight maneuvers. You don't see that often, you know. Like you want to have a pawn on the 8th rank, but seeing your knight on the 8th rank in such positions is really rare.
It is. It is. Now we have this position where white has extra pawn, connected pass. No!
Wait a second! I
That's a
looked away from
blunder.
the board. What a tactic Alina found!
Nice, 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 nice idea by Alina. White could not take the rook back as bishop c5 was losing the game totally. So white decided at least to keep the rook on the board and activate the king. The game is still not over yet. There is some game going on now.
Right, the pawns are still very dangerous, and it's not easy to find. There was rook g7 check.
No way.
Wait, rook takes a2 and you promote. If you take the
f8.
rook. Oh my goodness. And now the bishop had to stay there to stop the pawn.
Yeah, and white is just chasing the bishop. I think white is just happy to make a draw. She's not really trying to find any other way. And
we see repetition. What a turnaround.
Wow, bishop. Oh wow, rook f2 was a nice move, but that was really tricky to play against active king as Alina brought it all the way on e6.
Both players found some nice tactics, so I think a draw is a fair result of that game.
Jesus, this is so exciting, to be honest. You cannot predict anything. Shall we go to the next game and check it out, what is happening to the other match?
For sure, let's have a look.
So Anna Maria is now having 2 points advantage against Divya. And the position is very complicated.
Oh, bishop takes b7. It looks like it's either losing an exchange or you lose the bishop on a7. So that looks already really good for Anna Maria. And Divya does have some compensation because obviously if you lose the bishop on this diagonal, there's definitely some compensation for black as the bishop on h3 is quite strong as well. But it's not so clear.
It's not so clear. Like if you take here queen takes and there's some kind of chances here to checkmate the white's king, and white has nothing on the way to just block it. So that's why black is not in. Oh. Oh wow.
Yeah, that looks very interesting. There's a lot of pieces hanging.
My brain is loading.
We all have to process the position. There's so many pieces hanging, and Divya is just ignoring it. She plays queen g5, and that's actually really cool move because she was threatening to take on g3 and create a lot of problems on white's king.
It does. The bishop on h3 was attacked by 2 knights. Now bishop g4 seems not to be very safe, and white goes for e4 to chase the queen. But queen goes not far. B4 knight is also hanging, if someone noticed that. Anna Maria noticed
I didn't notice. I was super focused on the king side, and we see Divya fighting for it. Bishop f3, there's a big threat. You need to defend that.
92? Oh!
Oh, the rook was hanging. Oh no! Oh my goodness! Anna Maria lost 2 pieces.
There's a checkmate coming up.
Whoa, what just happened? Wow.
All the pieces were hanging. Now queen f3 is a checkmate. You can pretty much pre-move that. There was a nice save by Divya, but it was a double blunder position.
I can't name one piece that was not hanging in that game.
Yeah, I had difficulty to see like which one was not hanging. Like all the pieces were hanging. Crazy, crazy.
Right, and we see now the score is much closer now, 4.5 to 3.5. Once again, the winner the person that will advance needs to score 7.5 points, so that is required to advance to the finals. So yeah, this match is very close so far.
This match is close indeed, and the other matches. So the match we have a absolute leader Ventika. She now, as I can see, has an advantage of 7-1. So she needs to score just a half point. Maybe we can just focus on her game, as it can be just the last one.
It might be, the match might be decided very soon. So let's have a look. We are okay. This looks like some d4 opening happened at the start. It looks like a similar position as previously, but this time White's bishops are not. White's bishop is on b3 instead of g2. Typically, we see the bishop on g2 in the games today. So really interesting to see the bishops. White's bishops are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, they are very active, and it can also be even more space for this bishop, and if white starts to push the pawn on h4. But black is there sitting and waiting white to make some moves. And for instance, if you play h4, there was bishop g4. If you play e5, there's knight d5. And white found a way to just go after dark squares. Maybe bishop h6 is the move white will play next.
It's not so easy here for white to convert this to a very big advantage, because white has a nice position, a big advantage here, but how do you convert this to a win? Because as you mentioned, if you push one of the pawns, you weaken another square, so it's not that clear. And I like what Vantika is doing here, playing d5, opening up the square d4 for the knight or the queen, and there goes the knight.
Because the knight that usually goes to f5 or h6 with some very dangerous checks. So if the queen goes on the g file somehow, there will be the threat of knight f5. And now we can see that both players are pretty much focused on a4 pawn. White is attacking, black is now defending it. And maybe it's time to play something like queen g5 and get the game on the other side of the board. There's also knight h2, knight g4 to get this knight on h6 square.
Indeed, and I think what Fantika is trying to do here is play queen h6 with followed by knight g5, but instead she's pushing the pawn all the way to h6, creating ideas like queen d4, queen t7, but Alina stops it by playing f6. So let's see how Fantika follows up on this.
That's right, and now we have queen trade. Oh, why not to take on e4 first? But she's still winning, I think. A pawn on c4, bishop b5 has been found here, and this is the position. No one knows what's happening, because knight b3 is something that white dislikes very possibly.
5 seconds for Fantika. She really needs to speed up, as Alina has 20 seconds still. The bishop on a6. What is happening? Okay, she took the pawn on c4.
Black took the pawn on h6. Indeed, the central pawn is better to be captured.
Rook b7? Okay, she played rook b4. She's trying to get the a4 pawn first, but it can be defended easily. Okay, now you can take on a4. She doesn't.
Oh. The engine bar is so confused.
And the engine is very unhappy, but both players are in time trouble. They're playing very fast, so it makes a lot of sense that they're not finding the best moves, as the position is quite complicated still. But now with the pawns off the board, e5! There was d6. There was en passant.
It was en passant, but for some reason, why just automatically went this king on d2. Wow, and I think that was winning, in fact. So here we have this position, bishop on d3 is a bad bishop, and now what black is trying to go after this bishop. Rook is c3, rook b2. I can just make these moves on the dark squares. Yep,
really good. Really good technique by Alina. Okay, gotta be careful. Your rook is hanging on b2. Okay, good. This is not... Oh, checkmate. Okay, I was going to say it's not so simple, but there's a checkmate already. And Alina won a game here. So the score is 7-2 now. And once again, Vantika only needs a draw. So she has a lot of opportunities to get the draw and then close the match.
That's right. And Alina in a long way to equalize the score. She needs five wins in a row to to equalize the match, and even one draw can be very crucial to her. Do you want to keep this match or to see the other match?
Let's keep looking at this match because it might be over very soon. But the other match seems to have a score of 3.5 to 5.5. So it's still going on, but it might just end in very quickly as the games are bullets. So the games are really advancing quickly.
It is. So here we have this position. White is trying to get some space advantage on the king side, and black is just fine to maneuvering with the knights. We see this knight on e5, stopping f4 coming forward as those pawns will be just hanging. Maybe he will bring the other knight on c5. Oh, not that way, but some other way. And this pawn push is not very strong because he also weaken your king, and what black is doing is amazing. He's striking back in the center, and that's one of the principles, right? When the opponent attacks on the king side or queen side, it's good to strike back in the center to open up the position.
Exactly, and we see that Alina decided to take the knight off the board with the bishop, which makes a lot of sense because his knight was super strong and the bishop on e2 was not doing much. So this way she might be able to create some play for herself. Bishop e3 is now being developed, and this looks already a bit better for white.
It does. For now, black's play is a little bit stopped. She was spending some time to find out the plan, and we might have some trades now on the
bishop takes b6. Ooh. She did not want to take that pawn.
No, but for black, like, it's so hard to find a way how to avoid this. It's still happening. Yeah, she saw it now.
There goes the pawn. But now rook d2, attacking the pawn on c2. It's not so clear.
Now knight d4 is a threat.
Okay, she takes another pawn.
Oh.
Both players are in a huge time trouble. Anything can happen, but this queen on a7 is trapped.
It's trapped. Cannot move away.
No. Knight to d5, okay.
What is this hanging now? Knight d2.
It is, but so is the knight on d7 now. So both players are attacking pieces left and right, and it makes the games so complicated. While the players are in huge time trouble.
All right. Black has this c pawn.
Rook takes e5 is a move you could consider. And she does it, okay. It's not favored by the engines, but it makes a lot of sense. Queen f1, and the queen infiltrates.
There is a check. King goes very active. And there is a checkmate. The king cannot survive longer. All right.
Wow,
all right.
What a game.
Vantika wins this match with h2 2, and she secures her place in the finals.
Congratulations to her. She's moving on to the finals. What a match. Both players fought so hard. They did super well. And now we're left with one match from the semifinals. Let's have a look how this match is going. Divya is on 4.5. Anna Maria is on 5.5. So this match is super close.
It is, and usually you cannot really predict what is happening. So queen g5, this offers a queen trade. If you take by the queen, maybe knight gets on g5, and this is now a threat that black wants to not to drop. And knight, I do like these knights. Both of them are creating some danger, so black just got rid of one of the knight.
This knight on g5 is amazing, and it is disturbing so much for black, because not only is it attacking the pawn e6, but it's covering so many squares that it's very difficult for black to harmonize the pieces properly, because the rook is now on h6. It's not a square you want the rook to be in, and it's difficult for the rooks to connect properly.
That's right. Rook f2 has been played. I think she wants at some point to double the rooks on f5 to go against f5 pawn. So now e5. Oh, d4 pawn was dropped.
She dropped the pawn. It's a very expensive pawn. It's the pawn from the center, but she plays rook d2, and the pawn a6 is still loose. So you might want to play bishop e5 here. But the pawn on e6 remains loose as the pawn can be captured. The knight on d5 is hanging. Wow.
Bishop c3, just to sacrifice this bishop. There's this pin here. So white was forced to give up the pawn. And All right.
What
Nice
a
tactic.
move. That's a really bold move. And I'm not sure if this position is favoring black, as white has an insane amount of activity. Knight f7, knight d6 in the position. You don't want to do it just yet because your rook on d7 will be hanging. But she's going for this position. Knight takes e6. Wow.
Is she going to play? No, she avoids opponent game makes sense because white has a more weak pawns. That's equal weak pawns for both players, but it's so hard to make decision to go to the opponent game. Here we have rook and game, and both kings are just fine. Rooks are also on the open file. Rook g4 wins a pawn on h4.
Okay. That's worrying for white a lot, as black also has a very active rook.
Oh, white is going for a 7 pawn. And now black is pushing the pawns forward on the king side, maybe king g4, king g3, to give up one of the pawns. King f2 now.
Putting
Take
that king on
pawn.
h4 was really dangerous.
Yeah. All right. Check.
Let's
A2
see,
pawn
another
is
pawn
lost.
drops. And wow, what an endgame technique by Anna Maria.
She plays really nicely. She plays so far really nicely. Activates the king. Rook is also very active. Maybe a5, a4, just to get the attention of white's pieces on the other side. Even rook g2 was winning. Rook g2 was definitely winning there.
It was. And this game should be ending soon, as the pawn is promoting very soon, or you take the other pawn and the f pawn will promote instead.
Yeah, nice technique. Nice technique from Anna Maria.
They're still trying, Diva's still trying to make something happen. Maybe some sort of stalemate or some trick could arise in a position, but it looks like Anna Maria is taking the full point here, and she is on match point.
Yep, 6.5 to 4.5. If she wins this game, it can be the last in this match. Or Divi actually has a good chance to strike back. It's not still the end for her. And let's see what this game brings to us. So in this position, it's quite close for now, but white will at some point push b4 or d4 and will try to get some space advantage.
Right, and black is playing bishop g4 to pin down the knight on e2, but where's the bishop going after h3? You're able to go to h5, but this invites white to play g4, and that's why Anna Maria is going for it. Now, white has a really nice position because the pieces are really active, and sooner or later we will either see d4 or f4 happening in a position, and white has a really comfortable position.
Yeah, for instance, now f4 makes sense to trap the bishop here on g6. And instead of that, black just plays f5 and tries to open up the king side, which makes a lot of sense. I'm not a big fan of queen b3 move. It gives some chances to black, and we can see now that the evil bar goes down and likes black's position more. Not for long, not for long.
There's a lot of pressure on the pawn g4 now, so it makes sense Anna Maria is going for f3, but this allows the move f4. It's so important, and that's why Anna Maria should have played f4 herself to stop this move, as the pawn on e3 is pinned, so you cannot just capture the pawn, and the knight had to leave there. So there's a lot of pressure on white's position now.
Yeah, and d5 pawn seems to be the lost pawn, as white cannot now play e4 and guard it. And there's also tension on this file. So knight takes d5, now threat is knight e5, or any knight move away will create so much problem for the white queen. And e3 pawn, on the other hand, is just hanging, and you can take it, just like knight takes now.
Can take it for free, and white's position is not great at all. Black has so much play all of a sudden, and it's very difficult for white to find any sort of counterplay here. Black has a pair of bishops and is able to open up the position as well with e4. Look at that pawn.
Bishop
e4.
Oh, check. There's a check.
We both saw the same thing.
Oh gosh, what is happening? It's so nice to see how those two players are finding the only resources on the board. Oh gosh, I have a feeling there will
Ooh.
be queen drop here for white because this open diagonal is very scary. Oh, there will be another open diagonal.
There was a missed opportunity a few moves back for Divya, and now Anna Maria is slowly coming back with the pawn all the way on G7. It's not that clear anymore. So yeah, both players need to be really careful here.
Yeah, oh. Rook f7, and there
Rook
is a
F1 and
pin.
the rook is pinned.
Check on back rank?
Yeah, Queen
Check on
A8.
back rank?
Anything wins. Queen A8
She
now
goes
and
for that.
checkmate.
Oh no.
Oh,
No,
what a
no.
turn of events. And that will mean that Anna Maria is on 7.5 points. She will advance to the finals.
What a nerve-wracking game. And not only this one, but the most of the matches were the same way. But they truly deserve to play in the finals. And those players who had very good games today, but who were a bit unlucky, they still have more chances tomorrow, right?
Absolutely. Tomorrow will be another qualifier that the players can play in. All titled women players are eligible to play in this tournament. It is starting tomorrow, 5 p.m. CET, 8 a.m. Pacific time. So all titled women players are invited to play in this tournament. And the top 8 advances to the next qualifier.
That is right. And let's take a look at the bracket right now and check it out how these two players got in here. So Vantika, in the first round, she beat Gulnar. In the second round, she beat Alina. And now she's facing in the final match Anna Maria. And Anna Maria on her side, she beat Divya in this round. And the first round, Alexandra. So here we have the grand final.
We have the grand final, and I'm really looking forward to this final. Both players have been playing so well so far. I believe we are going to take a very short break so the players can get ready for the final. That will happen very shortly after this break. Don't go anywhere. Make sure that to stick around for the finals. This is the 2022 FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. Don't go anywhere. We are back in just a few minutes.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you
I
missed.
missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mate in one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. We have today the first knockout, and we are already in the finals. For the finals, we have Vantiga playing against Anna Maria. Both players have shown some great chess today, and I'm really excited to be seeing the finals very soon. How about you, Katie?
I am also very much excited because these two players show their best and most exciting chess so far, and they are fighting for the $500 and also the spot on the final Women's Speed Chess Championship. Only one player can qualify out of this tournament, and they are just closest out of all. So the games will start very, very soon, and cannot wait to see the first game.
Me too. But before we do, the game is about to start. But before we jump into the game, let me remind you all that we have the Rapid Chess Championship coming back this weekend. It continues this weekend, featuring the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. Catch all the action every weekend right here on Chess.com. An amazing event that happens every single weekend with the absolute top players in the world. So make sure to check that out as we are heading to the finals of today's knockout in the WSCC.
Yes, we're in the finals, but we do have all the same time controls and format. So we're starting 5+1 2 games, then we're gonna have 3+1 4 games, and then in the end we are going to see 1+1 8 games, and we're hoping that this match will be close, and that's more exciting indeed. And it's also good for the players to not to have too much of the too many of the losses, rather than to have close matchup. And here we have the game King's Indian Defense, which actually is very promising because it is full of the ideas, and King side attack for both sides. So let's see what they decide to play.
This is indeed very promising. So far, all the openings, Katie, have been super exciting. Like, I remember yesterday I was commentating on the I'm Not a GM Speeches Championship, and we had the London almost every single game, and it's the public's favorite, but also the public's most hated opening because it's not the most interesting one. So today we are seeing one of the most exciting openings, which is really awesome.
It is, and we also have like mix of everything here, as you just mentioned, and now we have two different matchup, two different players playing each other. So I expect to have a bit of changes here in the openings too. And h5 has been played now. The idea is if you take this by the bishop, then g4 comes on the way, and you will have a problem on h6 pawn. So black decided not to open up the h file for white's rook, but instead to play g5. And now we can see that white avoid the light square bishop trade, which actually makes sense. This bishop is just strong on this diagonal.
It's much stronger. This bishop on g4 doesn't have many squares left, which is why it's going all the way back to c8, because if it would go to d7, it would block the knight from b8 to going to d7, which it prefers to go there to access the square e5, which seems like a really nice square for the knight.
It is. I wish to jump there in one move, but you need to do it like 3 moves, but still, you can do it. You can do it. Now black played knight h7 to play f5. f5 is a critical square. White stopped it with a g4. I think we might have now this at some point, a knight e2, knight g3, knight f5 coming there.
That looks like a really nice maneuver. And one of the main ideas in the position, another idea that white could consider is playing f4, as you want to open up the king side as much as possible. We don't mind losing the pawn on g4 as long as the king side opens up. White should be perfectly fine losing that pawn on g4. And instead, Anna Maria goes for the aggressive f5.
That's right, because this queen c2 is a very tricky move. You are attacking on knight, and if knight moves away, there's bishop g5, h6 g5, and h6. and you're losing this bishop, and not only this bishop, but then everything on the king side is exposed. Next you can play knight e4 to get rid of this one, or finally to get this knight on g3 and get these squares under your control. So for this reason, f5 was pretty much the only move, and now we have white with the extra pawn on f5 and very beautiful knight in the center.
It is very beautiful, and this knight on g1 is not developed yet, but it's still it's difficult to decide where you want the knight to develop to. Now that the f5 pawn is gone, it's clear that the knight would either go to e2 or h3, but the pawn on f5 you could still consider playing a move like f4, sacrifice the pawn and play knight f3, but maybe it's
nice.
a bit too much to play f4 in this situation, but it could be possible.
I loved it. f4 and knight f3. I loved it. To open up everything on the king side. Well, white goes for knight e2 and knight g3, I believe, or maybe even now she's threatening f4 is always there. So black has this very nice diagonal, but white plays bishop to c3 and tries to trade the dark square bishop, or at least control this diagonal. And at some point, with or without rook g1, there can be move f4 happening.
Right, and now the problem is if you take with the queen on g7, there's knight takes d6 in the position, and after king takes, you have to be careful that the bishop on f5 can be attacked, as there is an insane amount of pressure happening on this diagonal. There's a bishop on d3, queen on c2, so a move that comes to mind is knight to g3. Very good move, as I was about to mention that move as well. The bishop is under attack. If you allow the capture to happen, knight takes f5, bishop takes rook takes f5, there will be a lot of pressure on the diagonal.
That's right, and if black takes the knight on e4, then bishop takes e4. I don't know how you're going to stop knight f5 and also avoid the knight lose on h7. So for this reason, black could not fight on this diagonal and played bishop to d7 to save this bishop. Seems very dangerous here, as rook on e1 now creates a danger on this file. Ooh, 92? Knight c5?
Knight d2? Yeah, there's a lot of knight moves here, and a lot of them look good, but I think the problem is that if you move the knight, you might have to worry about queen takes e1 moves. The queen will be able to capture 2 rooks for the queen, so there could be chances there for black.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. So maybe queen c3, but there's queen e5, and that's why white is using here some of the time to calculate all these moves and all these ideas, as it's not so easy. For instance, there's no knight g5 as queen takes on g5 with a check, and you're losing a piece. Yeah, just you can even pass the move, and she does that. She just passes the move. Rook f1 has been played. Challenge this rook, and just keeps this position active and open.
Her white's position is really active, and black is pretty much on the first 2 ranks from their perspective, which is really hopeful for white. But white still needs to prove that they're doing better in this position. It's not so clear.
It is not. You can start from check here to control on this diagonal. If queen covers, you are happy to trade the queen, and in the end c5 pawn will be hanging. So after this check, maybe black has to consider to withdraw this king on g8, which is not pretty looking move to play.
Yeah.
It should be something there. It should be something there. Oh, rook e1. I was thinking of rook f8, but rook e1 still keeps all the threats on the board. Knight c5 now is a threat.
Yeah, it's like white is missing a piece to put more pressure on the king, but black is defending really well. It's hard for white to find access points in the position. So you have the knight on h7 defending the square f6 really well, and that makes it really difficult to access the square.
It is, but all those pieces are in the 7th rank, which creates white's, which gives white more opportunity to the space, to the center with this space advantage that 2 pawns on the 5th rank are creating. After queen f7, I cannot take the pawn on d6, right? Because of the queen f4 check. Yeah, it was a queen
like
f4 check.
Yeah.
And those 2 were hanging. I'm
That allowed
thinking
a lot
about
of forks, yeah.
yeah, I was thinking about queen a5 to try to get one of those pawns.
Looks very interesting. Queen a5. There's not much you can do anymore on the king side, so shifting a little bit to the queen side makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, let's see. You can also try to trade the rooks, but this rook is just very strong. And this is a position when you have everything ready, but you need this last blow here in the position, and not easy to find it out.
Knight e2 makes a lot of sense. The idea is probably that Vantiga wants to play bishop g6, as g6 is a really nice square for the bishop, but once again, where is the follow-up? You can put the bishop on a really nice square, but because black is playing so defensively, it's really hard to find a way to strike in this position.
That's right. I agree with that. But somehow white is slowly just improving this position, and now this is very important square that bishop can just get, and maybe he can try next to get knight f5 or to get this rook somehow on e7 with the help of the queen.
That would be really nice square for the rook, but it's really hard to find access in this position, as knight f5 can simply be captured by the bishop. However, it might create a really nice interesting positions here.
That's right. Another knight comes on e4 now. White is trying to go around control f2 square. White can also try some like moves like king a2 here, rook e2, and then rook queen to e1 to control e5 fully. But what white is doing, white is avoiding any kind of counterattack from black side, and this is very good, in fact.
Right, and both players have fantastic time management. They are around 40 to 45 seconds now on the clock, so both players are having good time management, and the game is progressing a bit slowly, so we might see a time scramble happen very soon.
And you know what does that mean?
We know what that means.
We're so much looking forward to this, all of us, and also our chat. Indeed, queen e5 seems to be the blunder. Just
Looks like
take
the
a
pawns
knight
are falling
d6.
apart. Yes.
Or take this one first and knight d6. Yeah, you are losing d6 pawn.
You're losing the 6 pawn, not just that, but the knight on e5 is also very loose. So if you take the rook on e8, knight takes d6, and there should be a way that you can make use of the fact that the rook has to keep defending the knight on e5. So after rook e7, both knight and rook will be hanging.
That's right.
They're not defended by any other pieces.
Yeah, maybe knight f5 to bring another knight, attack the rook and h6 pawn. So you are just swiping up all the pawns from the board.
And this seems to be very
Knight
much
g4?
crushing. Knight g4 seems to be winning the game on the spot, or knight f7 also works.
Also works perfectly well. As the knight now is pinned, you have to give up the knight, and there is g4 pawn still on the board, but a rook lift on the g file makes sense now to control this pawn from the this way.
And white is able to capture the pawn, and this should be lost. The nice thing about this is that the players don't feel any sort of pressure to resign, right? Typically in the Speeches Championship, we have a match clock, which will be the case for the main event, but here in the knockouts, it matters that you win 7.5 points. First to 7 have an advances. So now rook takes c4 allows a fork, but that doesn't matter because you already have 3 passed pawns.
Yes, and it will be even like more relief that the opponent will not have any piece, and even if you lost on time, you will just get a draw. So it guarantees you at least a half point. But here there's not much to happen, and here we had already a resignation and the first score for Vantika.
A great first win for Vantika, and that's a really important one as we go to the next game in the 5+1 portion. This is the last game in the set time segment, as the next time segment will be 4 games of 3+1. So many more games to come in the finals.
Yes, we want to have this portion 5+1 just done so fast. We always are looking forward to the bullet section because that's the most fun for us, indeed. So yeah, that's very good that we have only just 2 games in this segment. But when you're a player, it's 5 minutes plus 1 second. It's not much of the time. And there was a question actually if we are allowed to play in the qualifiers. Would you like to answer?
We are, and I'm actually going to try myself tomorrow to see if I can qualify and be on the other end of the show. But we have to see. The competition is huge. The players are super strong. What about you, Kelly?
I will get some t-shirt with a tulip on it, and I will be a fun girl and support you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If I don't qualify, I'll be on the show regardless, but not as a player. So yeah, we're gonna do our best regardless.
Yes. So you guys, we can do anything. It's not limited. It's just you need to qualify. That's the problem, right, Anna-Maya?
It's a top competition, top 8. I believe there were almost 80 players or so yesterday in the qualifier, and it might be even more the next time. So yeah, there's a lot of players playing, and the competition is really insane.
Yeah, I can imagine, and also the final is extremely hard to get through. And here we have these 2 ladies. They managed to win 2 matches before this one, and now they might also be a bit tired and exhausted after all these games and blunders, I wanted to say, and another just happened.
Just as you were about to mention that bishop f5 is dropping the exchange, and that is a really important one as the rooks will stack on the 2nd rank, and that is devastating for Anna Maria, and that concludes the 5+1 portion already, and that's a big lead for Vantika, winning 2 games already.
I agree with that. 2 games in a row. Now Anna Maria has to strike back, at least make a draw, and we can see Anna Maria still being a little bit confused of what happened. We have now another portion starting right away, 3+1, and this is obviously another time control, less time on the clock. So Anna Maria has to just put herself together and strike back, but that's a bit weird, right? Because she was always the player who was leading the match, both of the matches.
True, and as the matches, as the bracket, we've progressed in the bracket, it's very difficult at some point. Obviously, both players have proven that they belong in the finals, and it's every single time you're putting really strong players against each other. Typically, in a bracket, you have the strongest players, the higher seed against the lower seed, but these players are all very strong, and they qualified, like the top 8 qualified, and because one person ended 8th place doesn't mean they're much weaker than the 1st place. So that makes this format so interesting because all the players are so strong.
Yeah, they are, and you can see that from their play. In this position, something very interesting is happening. White was struggling to guard b2 pawn as the bishop and the queen. Now they both attack. And on the other hand, this bishop was sort of trapped here unless it goes on f5 and white is capable to take this bishop and double the pawns. So after all, black just ignored that and went for queen to b2. And if you take my bishop, I will take your rook. And that's indeed more material for me. And it is just a bit struggling here for white to find a move.
Right, so the rook is now under attack, so a logical move will be rook c1, but after queen takes d2 and king takes d2, this rook seems to be doing fine because now that the king has gone to d2, you have squares, you have more squares available. You can go to d1 more easily, you can go to f1 if you need to, but bishop b2 is a move that you should be worried about, and that's what's happening on the board. But as the king will be on d2 after the trade, the rook should be fine.
Yeah, that's right. And rook c1 is a very important move, not to blunder a queen. So you could not go rook d1 as bishop c1, c3 wins the queen now. And black has to save the bishop. Black has to either trade the queen and then find a square for the bishop, or find a square right now. And she goes first h6 and counterattacks the bishop on g5. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm happy to get this here and take this pawn.
That will make a lot of sense. Bishop e7. It might be followed by rook e8, and then the rook will be on the same file as the king. So that might cause some problems for white.
Queen f6 here is, I think, something.
That looks really dangerous. There's many threats in the position, especially because the king is still in the center. So that's why Fantika is taking her time now. Where does she put the bishop?
Or maybe we just take the h6 pawn.
Looks like we can just take it.
And if you take the bishop, then I'll take your queen. So you cannot take the bishop. If you take the queen back, then I have to take it by the bishop because it will be lost in here. So we have a move there, and that is bishop e3.
Very solid and safe move, which makes a lot of sense. And the bishop on e4 is still hanging.
It's hanging, it not goes anywhere, but instead this knight on h4 is also in the edge of the board, and black played on it and captured this knight. So here we have this situation. Everything is happening on the center and the king side, and nothing happens on the queen side. So I think at some point black has to start to develop the pieces. e5 square is a beautiful square for the knight, or even for the bishop. Should be just fine.
And yeah, you would say that white is doing great because of the pair of bishops, but look at this knight on e5. What are you going to be able to do against it? The bishop on d3 is a terrible piece because it is boxed by their own pawns, and you don't really have a nice square to go to. This knight on e5 is simply dominating this bishop.
Yeah, it's just taking all the air from the white's position. Here we have the opposite color bishop. It should be fine for black, as the bishop on e5 is way stronger, and now black will be just happy to open up some of the files for the rooks, and indeed black is the one who has here a risk-free position.
Absolutely. And now white's pawn structure is not the greatest. Pawn on a4 can be very weak. It does have potential to go to a5 to open up some files and maybe weaken black's pawn structure instead. But for now, there's a lot of tension on the h file, and white needs to look out for a potential rook stack on the h file.
Yep, another rook can come on h8 right now, and the rook to h3 sometimes creates some of the dangers here, but rook, I think after bishop c3, black wants to get this king in the center. That is very possible to bring also king in. Just imagine if the king is on d4, that can create a lot of problem, but they decided that it's not enough, and black doesn't want to risk anything here, and the game ended in a draw.
The game ended in a draw, and this favors Fantika a lot because you need to score 7.5 points to win the match, and a half point only helps her to get to that point.
Yeah, that's right. So I can see now that Anna Maria is having some snacks while he's playing. Are you also having some of the snacks when you're playing online chess?
It really depends. Typically, I don't really have snacks laying around, but I think for such a long tournament, I think at some point I would need some snacks to get some more energy, because it is quite draining. It's quite exhausting, and yeah, you really need the energy for it. But typically I don't really have snacks around, at least not nearby, and I try to be focused as much as possible.
Not to think about.
Yes. It's like I'm not feeling hungry when I'm playing my games. Like during the games I don't feel it, but right after the games I start to notice, like, okay, I need to get some food.
Yes, you have like no feelings when you play at chess.
Yes.
You don't have time for that, as we were talking earlier, that you can barely sneeze when you play bullet game. So if you qualify tomorrow, that you know that you can have some snacks around and keep the energy level up.
I should, absolutely. Yeah, because it's a really it's quite a lot of games you need to play if you are going for the first place. The two players here have played 2 matches of the same format already, so that is quite a lot of games.
A lot of games. Now we are having a fourth game, but we still have more to go. So here we have the position where Ventica is trying to dominate on the king side and push the pawn all the way to h3. This pawn is so dangerous. Even in the end games, creates a lot of pressure on the back rank. But white can also try sometimes to just capture it in a way, like to trap this pawn and take it. But now bishop g4 comes on here. Queen has no much of the space. And
Queen f3
feels
looked
like-
really nice to attack the knight on f6, but bishop g4 ruins it for white as the queen has to leave right away.
Yeah, knight is now under attack, and I was thinking about knight h7 here. Maybe we can play next f6 and go after this bishop, or even queen d7 she played.
Yeah, white's bishops are not doing great, and I can see the light squared bishop coming back to life somehow, but the dark squared bishop is currently trapped pretty much, and knight h7 looks like a really interesting move to deal with this.
Yes, bishop f3 was somehow not the best choice. It can be because of the weakness of the g2 square in long perspective, but now I do like white's bishop to be like out. Bishop e2 can be played f3, and slowly white can just guard all these weaknesses.
Right. Let's see what white has in mind here. A really interesting idea would be to trade rooks because black is trying to infiltrate on the a file with the rook already on a3. So rook a1 would make sense to play. Obviously, you're not going to take back the a file that easily as black will follow up with rook e8, but it's definitely a good move to consider.
Yeah, with this bishop d1, I think she wanted to trap this rook here for a moment and also increase the pressure, but now it's impossible as d4 comes forward, and what white can do is to play queen c5, rook goes here. Oh, first she takes the knight.
Okay, so what is happening here? Why is it such a terrible move according to the computer?
I think it's related to this move or this move. Some intermediate move.
Wow. And it looks like this pawn d3 will be so weak, which is why like it's like it's allowing black to break through the position, and because black has such a strong position, it's very difficult for white to deal with this. Instead, Vantika plays a very logical bishop takes f6, and now white will be able to deal with the threat d4.
Yeah, d4 is still a threat here, but white can get rid of the pawn. White can simply take this pawn. Maybe it's not the best idea here, but how about knight b5, attack the rook and get this rook on c7? She goes for that. She goes for that. Additionally, there's also knight c7 coming to have some targets over there. Oh, whoa,
Wait.
what's a rook?
The rook
It
is
is a
simply
rook.
hanging. It was completely missed by Vantika. Oh, that is really unfortunate. And now Anna Maria is completely winning in this position. She still needs to play precisely because Vantika can be really scary with the pair of bishops and the pawn on d3, but a rook is a rook. So I'm not expecting anything too crazy to happen here.
Yeah, rook is the second most expensive piece on the board, right? From the starting point. Not easy
That
to
is
give
true.
it up.
It's a very expensive piece, so to lose the rook is really is a lot. And she goes for bishop g5. She's being really tricky. So her idea is that after queen takes, there's bishop takes, and after rook takes c4, queen d5 is the threat. And it is threatening both to take the rook as well as checkmate it on g2.
That is right, and she will decrease this balance down to piece. But white didn't went for it, and now white can play bishop f3 or pawn f3. Oh, she just take the pawn on h7, and that was kind of hope of black.
Yeah, now D2. Vantika is still trying to make something happen, but with correct play, Anna Maria should be crushing this game. And
Yeah,
she's playing very solid.
Yeah, there is extra rooks still, but due to pawn, it's very close to the back rank, and still some things are happening here. Bishop d5, I do like this bishop there, being on the open diagonal.
Wow, she is trying her best to trick Anna Maria into one of her traps, but well,
One more
again,
time,
bishop
bishop
c4.
c4. Jesus, she's trying her best. Queen goes f1 here. The king is safe, and yeah, not much happening now after rook d3. White just controls d5 perfectly well, and there's not much pieces left.
White is picking up the pawn on d2, and that should be game over in this game for Vantika, but she's still continuing. She's still trying to make something happen here.
Yeah, that's right. Because there's like no time on the clock, and oh, there's a checkmate.
Anything could happen indeed because of the time situation.
Whew. What a crazy day today. So we have Anna Maria now decrease the point difference down to 1 point, and yeah, Vantika cannot really relax. Here we have Catalan, bishop b4 check, and we might see the main line, but no, White decides not to go to the main line and develops the knight on d2. And here we might see a little bit slow development.
Bishop retreats to f8, which is really interesting. You might want to move the bishop to g7, which makes the pawn on e6 look a bit silly because you don't want to open up so many dark squares, weaken so many dark squares around in your position. But the bishop is just fine on f8, and Anna Maria is continuing to put pressure on the pawns in the center.
Yep, that's right. And here after the trade, we do have here for black 2 knights attacking e4, a square, very important square. Black will be just happy to control that. But very often black's queen is just misplaced, and after rook d1, rook c1, we have these issues, and white's queen can find some space here on b1 for a moment, not to have any threats on this diagonal, and queen e7 is just and they are just not the best pieces right now for black.
They're pretty tied together indeed, and that is the problem in these kind of structures. It's always black struggling to find nice development and opening up some squares for their pieces. But so far, black's development has been really nice. Is able to trade pieces here. The bishop pairs are off the board now. Only 1 pair of bishops are left. And this allows black to create some more play as more pieces are being traded off. There's more space for black.
It is more space for black, and after the light square bishop trade, the queen also find b7, very important square. This queen is way better there, and in some lines maybe there will be some danger for white's king. But now what we can see, it's danger for black's king, and there was a checkmate. g6 was played, and it's not any good. Knight takes g6 and rook h8 checkmate.
Oh, that's a nice tactic, but there was still f takes g6 as well. There's many tactical possibilities in that position with the pieces of white being set up so well, perfectly.
Yeah, there was indeed something, and white could just spend a little bit of time and find that tactic, because our engine also just screamed it out that there's something happening. But instead she kicked the knight back, and I'm starting to like this move as knight is now approaching dark squares on the king side, which is just good. Like, you can take this bishop and queen b2, and then you can get this knight on f6 or h6.
This looks amazing for Vantika, and this goes to show how important it is that you don't weaken the squares around your king. As I mentioned before, you want to play g6 to put the bishop on g7, but this does weaken a lot of the dark squares around the king, and this is exactly why you do not want to allow this. The bishops are now off the board, and look, how do you defend your king? e5 is the only way to deal with this.
Yeah, because if you just bring this king back, I believe there was a checkmate in few moves, and now after e5, you still have some chances to survive because e4 pawn is also under attack. But ah, that's so hard to imagine that there's nothing here for Black's king. Knight g4 to attack f6 will drop knight e4. Um,
Very difficult. It's not that simple. It makes a lot of sense to remove the knight, but it drops the pawn on e4.
Yeah, knight c4. She wants to play knight to d6, but knight e4 is the move Black can consider here.
Right.
And also after knight e4, you also have this knight g5 threats that the queen creates. Knight e4.
Knight e4, you gotta be careful. Perhaps it's an idea to take on e4 and play knight d6, as long as you're able to trade off the pieces off the board. But knight e6 right away works as well, as after knight takes d6, rook takes d6, you threaten to take on f6 once again.
Yep, f6 pawn is hanging and the knight on b4 is hanging. So you have
It
to
is.
give up one or play knight d5, but this knight on d5 without the pawn on the sides, you cannot hold for long. You can play either rook d4 or queen to d2. Oh, queen to d2 and then this one.
Oh, that is very promising. Instead, she goes for queen d4. And wow, look at this tactic, Caddy. There is only one way of saving this knight e3 check. After f takes e3, there is rook c2.
Insane. There's a check and you're dropping f3 knight. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh no, let's see if she can find this one.
She didn't find it. It's just way too difficult to spot this, but there was one chance in this position to survive, and she's still able to survive actually after rook cd8. It's not so clear what White's plan is.
Yes, I do like the queen d2 because you have d4 square for the rook. And also you had this check, which looks scary, but it's not very dangerous for the moment. But your rook needs to be on this file to pin the knight and the rook. So now White has to find some more ideas. And I kind of have a feeling that Black just survived this crazy attack.
Looks like it, but Vantiga is saying that it's not over yet. Knight d4 still threatening knight e6 check, winning the rook. So Anna Maria still needs to be careful as we're approaching a time travel situation. Anna Maria is down to 20 seconds.
And 1 second of the increment is not really much to have unless you have winning position. So for now, Black has very good control. Rook is on d7, guarding a7 pawn. Knight is in the center. King is also centralized, and maybe Anna Maria can do next moves rather fast. Oh no, the
Knight e8
goes.
check, and there's no way you can survive. There's always going to be knight e6 check.
This is pretty much pre-move that Vantiga has, I'm sure, already did. Knight e6 pre-move next. Oh,
rook e8 first.
Rook e8. You cannot do pre-move.
Wow. What a tactic.
Nicely spotted, nicely spotted.
Now just play very safe and solid, and the conversion should happen really smoothly as she plays rook a8.
Just keep the rook in the other side of the board and king in the other side of the board, and there will be no work. And just put the pawn as far as possible. And then at some point, White can also try to pick up the king side board, but I don't think that's necessary. Just now, it is unstoppable. The pawn on a6 is unstoppable.
Right, wow. And Anna Maria resigns here. Vantiga is up to 3.5 points, having a 2-point lead, is doing really well so far.
She's doing amazing, and it's a bit of strange for me to see Anna Maria in this situation where she was the one who was always leading, as I mentioned earlier. But the match is not done yet. We have seen some of the Speed Chess Championships going, turning around other side. So I think both of the players have to recall their last energy and fight for the final games. I think this is the last game of this segment?
Looks like it. We have played 3 games of 3+1 so far. So after this game, we will be heading to Bullet, our favorite time control.
Yes, so when you're losing the match, probably you want to keep the score very close and then try your best to complicate the match scores in the bullet. So maybe that's what Anna Maria is hoping. We're gonna
For
see
sure.
that happening soon.
And now in this position, we're back to the English opening, and Anna Maria has a nice bishop on g2, very well placed, and it's eyeing right at the pawn on b7, whereas black has the pair of bishops, so there is some drawbacks for both players in this position. But after knight d5, you allow knight takes d5, and after c takes d5, this will block your bishop on g2.
Yep, and you just ruin your pawn structure with this 95 idea. But instead, on the other hand, white wanted to open this c file to create this pawn as a target. And now black's pieces are just very, very nice, and that compensates a lot of things. For instance, the advantage of the space that white pawns are creating.
Yeah, and soon we will see bishop develop to f5, a really nice spot for the bishop, and black does not need to worry anymore about the pawn on b7. It's not going to be attacked anytime soon, so black can easily let go and play bishop f5, and there we go.
Yeah, we can even have rook a4, rook a1, some trades to get the active rook, but instead black goes here, rook to b4, right away attacking the weakness on b5, and white has to avoid the loss of the pawn. But now rook a3 with bishop d3 threats make sense to me. She goes just in a shortcut, rook bishop d7 right away and attacking this pawn. Smarter.
And this bishop, both bishops are sniping so well on the diagonals, and this allows bishop takes b5 as you're attacking the queen on e2.
Yep, and you can also take here the rook on f1 or first trade on b1 and just keep the bishop on the board. It's up to your taste what you want to have. You can trade the rooks or just take this rook and then take this bishop also.
Right, and it would make sense that Vantika is going for this trade as she is up a pawn, so you might feel like trading here. Knowing that you're up a pawn, but it's not very simple because this pawn on b7 is not going anywhere just yet with the rook on b4.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe it's like longer perspective in the rook endgame or some one piece endgame. But for now, maybe black even tried to save this pawn, secure with b6, and not to give it away. There is this idea, rook a5 or rook a7 even, and then queen a8 to attack the pawn on d5, and also double the rook and queen on a file.
A lot of ideas there.
Take that knight, please. The knight is always troublemaker.
The knight is really disturbing, especially in the short time controls. The knight can be so tricky. Sometimes, the game would have been a classical game, you would say, okay, the bishop is better than the knight, so positionally this is a bad move to make. But in online chess, we've seen so many missed forks, so getting rid of that knight is already a big plus for yourself.
It is indeed, and that what she did also, I think she felt the same way. Queen b2, once again Anna Maria wants to win on this diagonal. She brought this queen on b2, and if queen leaves the back rank, then will be a checkmate in just 2 moves. So she queen b5.
Wow.
Now this is forced, or king b8 is forced. No, she goes, I'm not so sure about this move.
She goes king g7, and she's avoiding the check on e8 as she would have lost the queen, but it's becoming less and less clear.
Yeah, I think white could just try to activate the rook and attack this c7 pawn from there, but she decided to keep the rook on f4, which also makes sense here. And then queenside is just blocked. Queenside pawns cannot roll. The endgame, rook endgame will be just very good for black, even winning.
Right, and that's why Anna Maria goes for rook d4, but this might allow... Okay, I was going to suggest maybe there is some rook a4. You would be happy to trade more and more pieces, but she goes for rook a5 instead, threatening to take the pawn on d5.
Yep, She is taking all the pawns on the way. E3 pawn was also hanging, but there was a dangerous pawn to capture. So now we have all this rook d5, just like that. Yeah, okay.
Rook d5, and Anna Maria missed that, but she is able to capture on c7, but because rook takes d4, he takes d4, and then queen takes d4, as we see on the board, simply wins another pawn, and Anna Maria does not have a follow-up here, as both pawns are defended by the queen.
Both pawns are defended by the queen. Black's king is safe here. If the king goes on h7, there's no check. If queen goes on d4 or this diagonal, there will be no check, and you have extra 2 pawns, which are easier to just push forward. And white's king is more open, so you can always have this check. For instance, now queen d5, queen f5 makes sense. To take that pawn by the queen, not to ruin the pawn structure.
Absolutely, and we see that there's a pawn trade, but this pawn at b4 is crushing it. You gotta be very precise here, because you might run into a check that might lose you the pawn, as the pawn is undefended currently. So Vantika needs to speed up just 2 seconds.
1 second. Oh, come on.
Oh. Okay, we had a lag. We got all full there, but she does not. She has plenty of time.
She played a lot of moves and also get some time on the clock. B pawn is far forward already. Queen b3, very good spots. Saves f7 and also guards b2 pawn. And here we have 2 queens, and Vantika is taking even bigger lead now in the match.
Right, its score is now 4.5 to 1.5. Vantika needs to win 3 games to finish off the match and get her ticket to the main event. Anna Maria has been doing such a great job, so she really needs to step up in the bullet portion of this match. We are soon heading to the bullet portion that is 1+1. We will well, it depends how many games we will see, but we have a maximum of 8 games, and then we will see who will qualify for the main event.
Yep, that's right. I think what Anna Maria should look for is more of this tactics that sometimes she misses, but Vantika never misses any tactics and or traps. So that's the only detail that I have noticed so far. They're both doing amazing. Also, they're controlling the time perfectly well, but there is always this tactics that Vantika never misses.
Indeed, and before we jump to the bullet portion of the match, let's remind everyone that tomorrow is the second qualifier of this event. Every titled women player can participate in this event. It is starting 8 a.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Central European time. So if you are a titled woman player, make sure to participate in the event, and you have a chance to qualify for the knockout of today. Just like today, we have here the top 8 of the tournament advances to a knockout, which will happen a day later. So that is very exciting. And as we have mentioned before as well, if you win the knockout, you qualify for the main event. So that's very exciting.
It is very exciting. In the main event, we have big names there, and also more prizes, even bigger this year. So also these qualifiers here, these 2 players now, they actually guaranteed $500 at this point, both of them, but only one will get qualified to the main event. And also it's a good chance to win some of the prizes if you just take a part and try your best. All right, another game has started. This is the first game in the bullet segment, and so far it's going just well.
It's going well. Vantika looks to be doing really well in this position again. With the bishop on b5, the pieces are placed so well, and we have yet to see where black's pieces are heading to, because the knight on b6 is not doing much. It is on one of the most active squares, but it's not able to access the square on c4. The knight the other knight can go to e4, but knight e2 is a nice counter move, and it's clear that white is doing much better here.
Yep, maybe now knight d7, knight f6 to get on e4 square. She is hitting towards d6 and e4. She knows that her knight was not perfect there, but then it's also issue of the rook there. So white pieces, all the pieces are just active. This bishop on a3 also controls this diagonal. Rook c6 now creates a lot of danger, so avoids knight d6. And e5 just dropped an exchange, unfortunately, to black.
That is really unfortunate and really expensive as well, because the position was already bad enough, and now being an exchange down, it's going to hurt the position even more, as Vantika is simply dominating in this game.
Oh, she does. And so far she had just a very pleasant position. Knight c7. It's not winning queen, but it annoys the queen. She
It
can
looks
also
very tempting.
do that. Yeah, but instead she went to d5 pawn, and she got d5 pawn, and exchange. You can't really ask more from any of the position.
Indeed. And now where is the follow-up? Because you want to, like, sometimes you in this kind of positions you feel like, okay, I'm exchanged up, where is the final blow? How can I win this position on the spot? And you have to be really patient, and that is what Vantika is doing. She played this move h3 to make sure she's not going to get the back rank checkmate ever.
Yeah, that's right. Another thing is when you have extra exchange or any matter, it's good to try to trade some pieces. So white managed to trade queens, and now she can also try to trade knight for a bishop or knight for a knight. And in some end games, you can even give up your exchange and go to the winning pawn end game. So now what white is doing, white just forced black to capture this knight, trade the knight by the bishop. And here we have another position with a knight versus rook and the king on the board. And yeah, to be honest, I don't really see any danger here for white.
Nope, I don't see it either. And the king is heading to c4 to attack the knight. But instead, Vantika goes for rook g7, trying to pick up some pawns on the king side. And this should be this is going to be resigned very soon, as Vantika is picking up more and more pawns.
Yeah, she likes to get as much pawns as possible and then hang the rook, which is safer approach. And h6 now makes sense. That knight couldn't take this h6 pawn, but rook f4 also very interesting. This rook cuts the king, h7 now probably, and rook f8 next wins the game.
Beautiful. And we see the resignation, and that is a 4-point lead. Vantika on 5.5 already. Wow.
She's on fire. She needs 2 more points to score. That's how much she needs to qualify to the main event. Indeed, this is very exciting, but she should not think about this, and that's the worst thing. But she has to focus on the game, which is now in progress, and this is now what we have a ready opening, starting with first knight f3 or g3, and black wants to push the pawn on b5 and then b4 to get some queen side advantage, and white can try to strike in the center and the king side. Oh, b6 was played.
b6 was played, as well as f4, and now Vantika striking in the center, but this does allow the move f takes e5, allowing the bishop to be on f4, which can create some difficulties for black.
Yeah, it does. For now, there is this active bishop on this diagonal. I'm not a big fan of this knight on h2. It's not active, but this knight can always come on f3. h3 pawn now is loose. Oh, she did not went for it.
It was missed. It's really easy to miss pawn h3 hanging. It's across the board, and the bishop belongs on the diagonal on b7, but it's now traded, and the game is progressing really quickly.
It does, and we have here with this tricky knight, but bishop on g7 guards perfectly well the king side, and white has the weakness on d3. So black is now increasing the pressure on d3 pawn. Rook e6, rook d6 makes sense, but instead she goes for rook e3 now. knight stops that come in, maybe even f5 at some point. Now she wants to take by the queen. She will take by the queen, this h3 pawn for sure.
She will not miss it again. And there we see f5. Very interesting move. She wants to get rid of the knight to infiltrate with the rook on the third or second rank.
Yep, and now I think, oh no, you can't take this one because queen c4 is a check that
very
you don't
sharp.
want to see. Yeah. Wow, queen c4 is coming on the way. Maybe queen d5 just to avoid any kind of checks on this diagonal.
Looks very reasonable. Instead, Vantika is going for the trades. She has a better position, and this knight is pretty misplaced all of a sudden. This bishop seems to be doing better now, as black is gaining more and more space.
Yes, and there are some weaknesses, and black is trying to attack that side, queen side, and now on king side she pushed up h pawn and opened up the king even further. And now there is at least a draw, but I think she wants more than a draw here in this position. Maybe queen f6. No, maybe she wants a draw.
Oh, looks like they agree on a draw.
Yeah, she's getting just closer to 7.5 points. That's what she needs. Maybe there was a very nice chance for Anna Maria to believe in herself and put herself together and just win some time.
Yeah, indeed, but it's very difficult. It's a 6-2 lead for Vantika. It's already a big lead, and in the bullet we can notice that it's not any easier for Anna Maria. Vantika is playing so well, and it's very difficult to catch her in a blunder or to get an advantage against her.
Yeah, I agree with that. There is a question, can the players who qualified yesterday play again tomorrow's qualifier? Anyone except Vantika can play tomorrow's qualifier, because Vantika doesn't really need to qualify anymore. And I'm sure players will be just happy not to have her in the field, because she is unstoppable.
She is crushing it. She has been playing so well today, and it's really impressive to see her play at such high level after having played so many games today.
Oh, true. She truly deserves a good rest after this match. It is quite late in India, as we know. They are ahead on time, but doesn't really affect on her. And the way she's playing knight to c5 right now, if you take this knight, then I'll take your bishop, and you're gonna have a weak pawn on c5, and black goes anyway there, because there is also some kind of c3 d4 squares that black is happy to get the pieces on.
Right, and you cannot take here on c5 because of the discovery check. You would lose the rook on d1, so that's why the knight was captured on d4. And now we are in an endgame with two pair of rooks and opposite color bishops. Very interesting position.
Yeah, it is. The pawn on a2 is just a back rank, and it seems like black can start to attack on this pawn, but there's a b4 pawn right now also under some tension. So this bishop needs to find a better square, and the better square is on c3, but there's no way to get there yet.
Right, and white has control over the c file, but how can you make use of this? Because black is simply pushing the pawns in the center and playing d3 now.
d3,
wow.
d2, and d1. How you are going to stop that? Rook is sort of trapped now and cannot do anything about it. So white has to give up the bishop now and keep it going in this position. But black even has more time on the clock, so that's quite a risk-free position for Anna Maria.
Really well done by Anna Maria. She played a very convincing game this time. Let's see how she will convert this, because there is still some drawing chances as the pawns are being traded off the board.
That's right. Still some chances. If white managed to trade all the pawns, then bishop versus rook can be really tricky endgame. We have seen in many of them, many of the games happening something wrong for one side. So yeah, white is keeping this, but how about king e6, bishop d6 was there, but instead she goes g5, which makes more sense.
Okay, now the f4 pawn drops, and this should be much easier to convert as you have a passed pawn with the black pieces.
Right. Oh, Katie is calling the results before the game over. I say if very very carefully every time I predict the results. So I hope you guys hear it. I always say if. All right. So this is the win that Anna Maria needed, and here we have another game started with 1G3.
Okay, very interesting choice. I mean, after having played so many different openings, I can totally imagine that you want to play something else, switch it up a little bit, and it seems like she feels comfortable playing an opening like this, and she's able to develop her pieces properly.
Yes, she probably. I think this is one of the main openings for her, and that's where she knows most of the ideas, and she likes to play. Then you don't really need to find any new approach when you have no time on the clock, rather to go in the known position, and it seems out that it works. Bishop on e4, I do like this bishop. White cannot really challenge the bishop because always f5 is there. For instance, then this pawn is hanging, so she had to give it up.
Oh, yeah, she gave up the pair of bishops, so now White has a pair of bishops, and I think White should be really happy here as the position is now opening up after e4, and this knight doesn't have the greatest squares to go to, the knight on f6.
No, this knight is quite limited, and White can try to now start some kind of attack on the king side, and in some kind of variations, maybe queen can get on this diagonal and push d5 at the right moment. I think she's going for that.
Looks like it, and there's a lot of pressure in Black's position. She goes knight d7 and is still followed by d5, but this allows a bishop trade, and this does favor Black as the power of the pair of bishops is now pretty much gone.
It is gone, but I think White dropped the pawn for now, but she found this way to get back the pawn on d5. However, there's knight b6, and Black is not giving up without trading the bishop for the knight. Yeah, now she's considering to take by the bishop or by the knight or by the pawn. You know what? If you take now by the bishop, you might fall for some pin.
Ooh, you gotta be careful still.
Yeah.
You can't get greedy in those situations, and you gotta play really precisely. And she goes for rook c1, trying to get the rook to c5 to put pressure on both the a5 pawn and the d5 pawn.
Yep, that's right. White managed to take. Oh no, rook
e1 check was in a position.
Rook e1
Big
was a
miss.
Yeah, maybe we can show it because this is just equal now. Hold on, here. There was a rook e1, very important check that you could try to find here with Black, but it was missed, and yeah, now it's equal.
Now it's equal again, so yeah. Oh, wait a second. She drops the pawn on b7. Oh, this is devastating because now Anna Maria is able to snatch the pawn on f7 as well, and this should be completely losing.
Well, there is extra pawn on the b file. Also, White has this extra pawn on the king side, and both rooks are so extremely strong. White can just push the pawn on the queen side, destruct one of the rook, and then take h5 pawn. She's going by the king. Wow.
She's going for it, and now you could even play rook b6, and White is doing completely fine. What a turnaround! 4-6, not so fast.
So from starting the first bullet, there was a draw, and then Anna Maria scored 2 points. So this segment seems to be really good for Anna Maria.
She seems to be doing much better, and the time management of both players is more or less equal. Both players are doing really well on the clock, and they don't make as many blunders as you would expect from such a time control like bullet.
That's what I wanted to say, as we expected earlier to have most of the fun here. But they say, no, not in this match. But yeah, we had enough already, so we don't worry about that. Once again, we have this position. It seems to be theory as they are repeating, right? And not switching anything. Maybe now bishop h6? But can try.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Fantika is going for that this time, because last time she played the move bishop e3 and she was playing more passively, but now she's going for it. She is trusting that is completely fine.
She is going for that. I think she just saw it. And now, compared to the position that we heard earlier in the other game, white is having h-pawn, and this gives additionally some of the time, and you can see black is not on time to get the knight on e5, different pawn structure, and the chance that you can open up the h-file for the rooks.
Oh, and now we have an interesting position because we have the bishop against the knight, but with the pawn being on d5 already, it's clear that white is doing much better, but we've yet to see where this bishop on e2 is going to, because it's not able to access many squares, and this knight is jumping to d6 to stop the pawn from moving forever.
Yeah, knight d6 is a very good spot for this knight, this outpost there to stop the pawn going forward. And for the moment, bishop has not a perfect square now. There is one square on e6, but it's still not much. So for the moment, oh, she's going for that. She's going for that.
She's going for it, putting the bishop on e6, and she does not want to trade rooks just yet, as if the rooks are traded off the board, then it will be much more difficult to convert this, as the knight is doing much better than the bishop.
It does, and rook also get on the second rank. This rook is very active, and the engine bar says that black now even have a better position. Oh no, knight g3.
Ooh, Vantika's position is falling apart.
e4 maybe? Knight f, no, yeah, e4 is just fine, or rook g2 is also fine here. Knight f4.
Knight f5, allowing the capture to happen, taking a pawn of Anna Maria's. And now how do you defend the pawn on e5? It looks like Vantika is able to take that. And this endgame is insane, because it looks like black is winning because they had a pawn and they have a passed pawn. But at the same time, white is being very aggressive and much more active than black's pawns.
Yeah, white can always give a check on how you're going to escape. And now black is trying to escape, and this is not good because d6, king d5, king c6, and that is not so good for black.
Ooh,
no,
d6, what a move, and she's entering on c6, not e6, being exposed to the rook of giving the checks. c6, and the king is completely fine. d7, and you cannot stop that pawn. King c7, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. And black's pawns
king c7
are not fast enough to start to be pushed, and the king's also misplaced, so that was very important win for Vantika. Now she just needs half a point to win the match, and was also very important to stop Anna Maria, because Anna Maria was at some point, I was thinking like, okay, she just turned tables.
Wow. She was. That was really close, and I think this might be the turning point of the match, as if Anna Maria would have won the game, the score would have been 6-5, making it very close, and Anna Maria on such a huge streak, it would have been very difficult for Vantika to recover from that. So this point is very important for Vantika, and she's now on match point. Even a draw is enough for her to win the ticket to the main event.
Yeah, that's right. So that's, we can always talk about as a past about that match, and now we have another game, and they have already played 17 more moves, and we can see black's knight's been extremely active on b4. Another knight is aiming to get on d4, but before that black can also activate this bishop on this diagonal. Seems like black has solved all the problems, and even more to get more active pieces and some pleasant position.
Indeed, and yeah, both players are playing for something here, as the queen of white is entering on h6, probably followed up very soon by knight g5. But first, knight f5. What do you do about that?
Yeah, that was a nice move by Black just to kick this queen out of the king side. So that, for a moment I thought it was some danger there happening, but still White is attacking knight on f5, and if you bring this knight back on d4, can I take now knight d4?
Looks like it, and you cannot recapture with the knight because the bishop is hanging on d7, so you have to recapture with the pawn.
How about e4 here? I think e4 was
Ooh.
even winning a piece.
That is really interesting, and
Oh, wow.
that goes to show there's so many tricks in the position still.
Yeah, knight f3 is a very, very important move to bring this knight here, and now you're threatening this capture knight at queen h6 and knight g5. She is going for that, and let's see if this is working out. Maybe f6 to stop
f6
knight.
needs to be played here, or rook b7 to get the rook on the 7th rank, or queen c7. Any move that covers the h7 square somehow after f6.
Yeah, and Black is just solid here, offering queen trade, and if this is not working, then yeah, Black is just fine.
Right, and at the same time, White is becoming much more active, putting pressure on the pawn on d6. If the black queen goes back to offer a trade to the queen, the d6 pawn would be hanging this time. And now c5, what a beautiful move.
Amazing. So you want to get f6 pawn and weaken e5 pawn, so...
Oh, by Vantika. Oh, she did not mean to do that.
We saw her reaction, and she was shocked, while Anna Maria had zero reaction with that.
She knows she is still down 2 points, and she needs those to have a chance to win the match, because Vantika only needs a draw, so it's a must-win situation for Anna Maria.
It is, and that was a lucky point for Anna Maria for sure, just to have free rook on the board. That is something that all of us are accepting. This kind of luck.
Yeah, it happens. And now in this position, we have a very similar opening, but this time King h7 was played, not allowing the h6 pawn to be captured.
Lessons learned. We have like 3 games in a row in this opening, and they are trying to improve it more and more. Knight g5 check. This allows take on g4, f3, g4 at some point in this kind of attack.
Looks very reasonable to me. She plays bishop f4. She wants to keep the bishop pair, which makes a lot of sense, so she can play f3 on the next move. But the knight goes to e5 directly.
Knight goes to here, and f3 now with idea of g4 next move. I think White is going to castle on the long side, and here we have this castle. So White is all in now on the king side, and Black is happy to have king on the queen side, and she strikes back with b5 without even thinking, and just sacrificing the pawn. Beautiful.
Wow, very interesting, because it looks like you're giving away a free pawn, and White is doing just fine on the queen side, but there is so much tension happening on the queen side. This pawn on c4 is very vulnerable, which is why Vantika played b3, and this bishop on g7 can be really dangerous along this diagonal.
It is very dangerous, and Black has this kind of ideas. There can be some sort of also sacrifices maybe on c4, but White is also playing on the king side, and she's really fast. She also sacrificed a pawn on g4. Black captured it back, and another pawn was sacrificed. This is getting very complicated.
Oh, there are so many tricks in position. Anna Maria refused to play knight f2, forking the rooks, getting the exchange, but Vantika has an amazing attack.
Bishop g4, knight g5 to e4, queen is under attack, and all this pawn comes on the way.
Wow. What is happening? Vantika needs to move. She's on 8 seconds.
She sees that.
She sees it. Wow.
All right, queen d4. Rook g1 was not the most accurate one, but still keeps the pressure on the king side.
Oh, this is getting very dangerous. Now the queens are off the board, making it much more clear, but it's clear that also White is doing so much better. Bishop h6 now. Okay, not bishop h6, but this is also winning.
Yeah, I would go for exchange there. It seems more.
Okay, not so fast. This is not simple.
Rook G1 is impossible. White lost on time.
Oh no!
Unbelievable. Vantika lost 2 games in a row in a way that you would never want to lose.
This is
Wow.
devastating, and this might be so crucial for the match because she has lost, as you said, 2 games in a row in a very unfortunate way. She should not have lost, though. She was doing so well, and all she needs is that half point. Will she get it this game?
This is the question we have in the chat, and you guys go ahead and vote in the poll, which is now in our Twitch chat, and predict what's gonna happen. I don't know. I have no idea, to be honest. I don't know where this match is going. I'm so confused.
Anything can happen. Both players are so strong and showing so much resistance in all the games we've seen. So this can go anywhere now.
Yep. All right. Let's just focus on this one. This is so important for both players. How the match will go. Queen b6 before pawn is under attack. White definitely don't want to lose that pawn unless there is something on the king side. She's going rook b1, guards this pawn, and black, maybe bishop b5, bishop c4. She tries to double the rooks first on c file.
Right, and this diagonal is really nice for white, the diagonal where the queen is on, but after knight f6 and then where the capture happened, e takes f6, how can you make use of this weakness on f6? It's not so clear.
Yeah, not so clear. You definitely want to get the knight on g4 or e4 now. That's not possible. Or maybe h3, g4, g5. But that takes some time, right? Rook comes on c2 and you don't want to allow that. So rook c1, control the c file. You are dropping b4 pawn, but there will be some counterplay there. Takes in rook c7. Knight e4 first.
Oh, this is really interesting. Now that the queens are off the board, there's not much craziness going on, and this is looking really awesome for Anna Maria, as Vantika has to drop the bishop back to c8. You do not want to make that move in this situation, as Anna Maria's pieces are really active.
It is. I don't like this knight on b5 attacking the pawn on d6. You can actually take now this pawn and the bishop, but you when you're Anna Maria, you cannot do it because even draw gives your opponent a victory. So she needs a win here. That's no other result for her. So strange.
Big
situation.
time scramble already, and this is getting really dangerous. The rook is on the 7th rank now. How do you defend the pawn at b7? Okay.
b5 and bishop f1 here. Oh, this is so hard to hold. f5 is on the board. f3, maybe take and something to prepare f5 breakthrough. She plays king to f6, king e5.
She does it. She
No!
finds it.
What is that beautiful move by Anna Maria? I don't know
But
why.
is it enough?
I don't know why
Oh.
Chad is blaming me. What's going on here?
No,
like
she's
it.
losing the pawn, and there's no way she can win. She loses that 4 pawn, and the h pawn, the bishop is on the wrong color. It's a draw.
Yeah, king g5 and king h6. That secures a draw in this position.
Oh my goodness,
Jesus
what a turn
Christ.
of events. Wow.
Yeah, just you cannot win this. There's no way you can win this. Of course, black is not dropping the pawns right away because white has to win these pawns. Wow.
There is no way that Anna Maria can win this unless the king decides to.
Okay.
What is happening? I think we got debated because there's no way. I thought there was some sort of checkmate all of a sudden in the position.
Yeah. There's no way, but I think there was something wrong. Maybe you can take a very quick look after the game and before we go to break, because there was something happening or the engine just tricked us.
I think it was a trick because there's no way you cannot retreat. But I'm very curious to see it.
Yeah, maybe someone in the chat can check very quickly for us what was after f4, why white was winning. Is that true, or we were just trusting our
fooled.
engine too much.
No, I
Yeah,
think the
I
engine
know.
is
Engine has no idea how to play the end game.
this is actually crazy to see. The engine is completely clueless.
You know what you can do? Oh my, this is winning.
No! Wait a second. Maybe
No,
that
Japan
was
is
the same
winning.
idea earlier.
Yeah. Oh no, this is enough time to convert.
Oh my goodness, it wasn't a complete draw, and because of Zugzwang, the pawn was able to go to the g file. Now it's completely winning.
It is extra queen. Oh my god, this looks like also very tricky position. Still some stalemate ideas. The queen, they are so close. They are so close.
This
Oh
is
my God.
insane. Okay, we don't have a checkmate just yet, but now the queen on
No,
second
okay,
rank, you
that's
just bring the king
insane.
over and that's it.
Oh god. Yeah, you know what? We are going to see here another game and no one knows what is happening now. This truly is the last game. Wait, what happens if draw?
So we are now at 7-7, which means that we are heading to the tiebreak already. Because yeah, it's the I believe we have played a total of 14 games. So we had planned 8 bullet games, which have already played. Been played, I believe. So we're now moving on to the tiebreak, which is 4 more games of 1+1. Everyone, get ready because we're in for another adventure here.
Okay. Very nice. Extra for bonus for games. Very nice, guys. Very nice. But what can you say about the situation? Like these two players. How Vantika feels right now? She just needed half a point, and now she has to play 4 more games. Can you just imagine?
I think this is devastating for Vantika. This might really hit on her a lot mentally. It's really difficult to deal with this because now you have to play 4 more games and prove again that you are the worthy opponent of the match, and she is the worthy opponent as she played so amazing, and she only lost 2 games in a really unfortunate way, lost on time and a mouse slip. She should not have it should not have happened, but Anna Maria has the momentum and is doing really well with the comeback. It's insane.
It is insane. It is truly insane. So that's another match. They both have now equal chances. Whatever happens, it happens. But wait, what happens if it's a tie again? Like draw again? We're gonna have another
again?
4?
Maybe Armageddon even? That would be crazy.
Win. Her first win. That's something crazy is going on right now in the chat, Anna Maya. Please help me out because people are blaming me. I don't know why, and it's so funny. Like usually when there's some blame or something going on, moderators are the one who are like time out the people, but they are the one who are blaming me, moderators. So guys,
I don't know what they're talking about. It's it makes very little sense. I don't remember. I don't think anything happened.
Yeah, so yeah, okay, this is confusing. Maybe we can talk a little bit about the position because this is so good for white. I do like this position for white. Extra pawn, is there? No, it's not an extra pawn, but there's an attack on the king side.
And the attack looks really crushing. It's really difficult to defend against this because the h-file will open very soon. The knight can jump to f6 at some point, and it's very unclear how black is able to defend all of the threats. Now knight f6, and this is simply over.
Yep, the game is so open. The bishop is now off the board, and there is a need of just 2 more checks, and it will be a checkmate. Queen e3, queen d3 now makes sense. Oh, not really. Queen d3 makes sense.
Yeah, because queen takes f6, and that is problematic still. But this is checkmate on h7. First win going to Vantika. This will give her a lot of confidence now.
Yeah. Oh, f3?
I think that is a mouse slip, as she has been playing g3 consistently. So wow. I don't
she could have boarded the game. She could have boarded the game.
That's one way of avoiding the game.
But somehow she made it work. Look at this. She has these f3 3-point pawns ready to strike in the center, but yeah, Vantika is the one who's now attacking the center. Oof.
Okay, e4 was it was screaming. This position is screaming e4 right here, but instead Vantika goes for a5, which also makes sense because she doesn't want to allow b4 to happen. It's almost looking like a reversed sort of queen's gambit where the pawn on c4 is captured, but instead we're looking from black's perspective now, which is really interesting.
It is very interesting. So the ideas might be the same, but we don't have the pawn on f3. No, we have this f3 pawn is a problem. Bishop f2 maybe, not to weaken the e pawn. Queen f2 goes instead of bishop. So black is getting more and more space advantage on the queen side as well. a3 now can be something serious.
f4 is now being played, but this does allow knight g4, and she plays it, and this is...
Oh my god. She should stop playing f-pawn. That's not good.
The only mistake in the game was moving the f-pawn.
Twice. Oh yes, that was not good. D2 knight is hanging. Can I just capture that knight?
Looks like it. That's a free piece. And now knight e3, perhaps? Everything is winning here.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe now knight e3. E4 is out there. Oh no, e4 drops the knight on g4, so you need to save the knight. Knight h6 also a move.
Very much possible. Knight e3. It screams bishop g5. What is the follow-up there? Can we... maybe d4 is simply fine.
Oh, d4 is a brilliant move.
Oh, she sacrifices the queen, but she has so many pieces. It should be enough. This is really risky.
It is risky. It is risky. She calculated how many pieces for a queen. I'm still calculating it. Rook and the 2 pieces. So yeah, that's enough.
I don't like the queen and knight being able to work together like this, but the pieces are just taking away the right amount of squares, because after queen g4, which is the only square accessible to the queen here, you play rook g6 and you're just fine. And with the pawn majority in the center as well, this should be winning for black, but it's not easy.
Not done yet, especially seconds on the clock, so anything can happen. I do like these knights together with the pawns, and now black is starting to roll the pawns. King is still exposed of black, so there's at least one piece should stay on the king side. Knight is going where? Knight is maneuvering a little bit. Knight f6 maybe. Yeah, so g4 square is controlled.
Looks nice. Okay, rook and queen are tied together now. Knight e4 looks crushing. How do you defend this? Queen g4 check. Okay.
Queen f4, and you just trade the rook for the knight. And now this is big advantage, big material advantage. Just checking d2 probably.
And that's it. You should be able to avoid the repetition here. And there you go. Now she can queen and she's winning, absolutely.
King can go now crazy in the active, and she is doing that. Is there not much of the pieces on the board? Queen d4 just covers, gives one rook back because she has extra 2 rooks, and wins the game. Oh wow, 2 points lead now. Where
were those wins, Vantika, earlier? Yeah, she needed that half point for the longest time, and now in the tiebreak, she is up 2-0.
Yep, and well, if Adamaya wants to give us more time for drawing, she has to score now at this point, and the more point to tie the match. Yeah, that's a challenge. That's a challenge indeed. Let's see how this happened. She's trying now to push b5. White is stopping with a4, and black is developing. So who is attacking where we can barely see? They are both attacking on both sides, but we can see now. H file is open. Ooh,
Yeah, this is looking really dangerous for Black already. Black doesn't have much in this position. Obviously, when the opponent is attacking you, you want to have some counterplay, but I don't see any sort of counterplay here for Black.
Yeah, that's kind of stopped b5 and also f5 there. So all the game is happening now. All these moves. Bishop. Okay, bishop is not dropped on g5 because there was a checkmate.
Ooh.
But I do like knights, knight f6 and knight h7 holding each other.
Yeah, and it's not easy to break through this position, perhaps. So you would want to play g5. Obviously, it's not possible because the bishop is pinning that pawn. You will lose your queen. But now queen h4 is played, and earlier you would want to play g5 because you would untie the knights. And knight h5 is not possible because you can simply capture that on h5 with the bishop.
That's right. And now all these moves just trying to secure the black's king, and she managed to do it. White is still now trying to attack on g6. Oh, knight g6 now? Knight
Ooh,
g6
that looks
wins the pawn?
really amazing.
Oh my
And
God,
Maria is
what's
still
happening?
trying to save the position. She's not allowing any sort of checkmate, which is really impressive. She's still surviving.
She is, but there's rook g1, queen moves somewhere, and then g5, really strong threat. So black just makes decision to open up the queen side. Now that's the right time. Unfortunately, the rook has no access. All the squares are controlled on a file.
White's position is amazing, and that goes to show how important it is to have your pieces developed properly. There are no access points for black in White's position, and White is just dominating on the king side.
Yep, and we have this double rooks. Bishop h5 now makes sense, but she goes bishop g4, traded that light square bishop.
Trade everything.
Trade more, yeah, and b6 then in the end.
And that should be winning. And if this game ends in a draw or win for Fantica, that will be it. We will not have a fourth game anymore.
Yeah, there will be no sense to play another game. And she's just having a very good position. B pawn is very tricky. And how to improve? Maybe rook h1, rook a1 to get this rook on the a file.
Yeah, there are many ways to win here, and she's improving her position slowly. The engine is saying plus 10 here even, and which is insane because the material difference is only a pawn, you would say. So that goes to show how impressive her position is. Black is not able to do anything here.
Nope. Some more checks. King c6 even.
Oof.
And b7 next move. Oh my god. b7.
That is a lot. And oh,
B7.
she's allowing b7.
It's even more. Oh,
wow.
no.
What a match. And the match has concluded. Fantica Agrawal is moving on to the main event of the FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. What an amazing result, and what a result by both players. Both players played so well, and at some point we were like, who is going to win? We were not sure, but Fantica made it to the main event.
She made it, and to be honest, I wanted to see what's next, like if it's also tied and what happens. But unfortunately, not today. Maybe we can see that to the second qualifier. But what we can see today is very likely the interview with Fantica.
Right, we are going to have an interview with Fantica. She will be back. She will be here on the show, and we will be right back after a short break. We will set up the cameras and everything, and we will be back after a very short break. Make sure to stick around for the interview. This is the 2022 FIDE Chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship right here after the break. Welcome back, everyone. We have the winner of today's knockout, Vantika Agrawal. Congratulations on an amazing performance today. You played so well. How are you feeling that you're now qualified to the main event?
Yeah, I'm feeling on top of the world. To I didn't even expect that I would win. Like before playing this event, I was thinking I had exams were going on, my university exams. So I thought, should I play or not? Anyway, it's so tough to qualify. Then I thought, okay, I'll just play. I'll get some good practice. And yeah, it's just an amazing feeling.
Oh, that's so amazing to hear. And good luck with your exams as well.
Thank you.
How does it feel when you need just a half a point out of like 2-3 games and it is getting so weird and rude to get that a half point? How did you manage then to come back at the additional 4 games that we had in the end?
It was like I had just needed half point, and even one of the games it was looking like a simple draw, and then I had mouse slip, rookie 7. Then another 1 or 2 games, something similar happened. I just missed, and we reached the tiebreak stage. But I was not thinking about anything. I thought that from the starting also I won some games and I got that lead. So again, I can get the same lead. And with that mindset, I just played without any tension.
It was very impressive that you managed to come back from that after your opponent had such a huge winning streak at some point. So in the Speeches Championship, as you saw, there are 3 different time controls. Which time control do you feel most comfortable with generally?
I don't know. I felt all the time controls were nice. I didn't feel any problem in any of them.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
We sense that.
Do you have another question, Katie?
Yes. We don't know much about you. Can you tell us a little bit about you, your chess career, and also what are you studying, and which is for now more important to study at the university for you, or to grow your chess career?
Yeah, of course, chess is the most important. Like studies is I'm just doing side by side. In chess, like I've won many medals for India in World, Asian, Commonwealth, and even national medalist from last 7-8 years. I was part of Olympiad team in Indian Olympiad team in 2020. Again, this year Olympiad is happening in India, so I'm in Team B.
Oh, lots of good luck at the Olympiad as well. Now, last question before we let you go to have some rest and celebrate this amazing victory. If we can pull up the list of participants that are qualified in the main event, are we able to do this? Because I would love to hear who are you looking forward to playing most in this event, because we have a lot of invited players. I'm not sure if you've already been able to see this, but which participant, if you are able to recall this, are you looking forward to most playing in the main event?
Yeah, I'll be glad to play with any of them, because even last few times, like last year also, I was very close to qualifying for this main event, but didn't qualify. So I'm happy that I'll be able to play. Yeah, even Koneru Humpy, Katrina Lagno, and even Hao Yufin. So like so many top players are playing.
Absolutely. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. And I'm so happy for you. You really deserve the win today. Congratulations once again, Fantika, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye, and good luck at the exams.
Thank you.
All right, that was super exciting. She is so wholesome, and she deserves the spot in the main event so much. She fought really hard today, and I am beyond impressed by her performance, not just because she crushed the entire field, but also because she came back from a losing streak against Anna Maria and then having to go through a tiebreak that was not needed at all in her case.
Yes, but she seemed to be very strong mentally to just handle this situation when she needed half a point out of 3 or 2 games, and it did not happen because of some reason. Then she was so focused, and she was um, just a new person, starting from the very beginning. And also after such a tough day, so many matches, so many games, different games, she looked very energized, and she was like, okay, now I have to do my exam, so yeah, that's it. I win here, and now I have to do something else to do coming up. Wow.
Indeed, she does not have to play another qualifier as she has qualified already to the main event. But tomorrow, there's the second qualifier, and it's open to all titled women players. So if you're a titled woman player, you're eligible to participate in this event. It's tomorrow, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Central European time, and the top 8 will advance to a knockout that will be broadcasted right here on 2 days from now. So it's really exciting. And today we saw many matches, Caddy. It was so exciting from start to end. Do you have some final words of what we have seen today?
Absolutely, absolutely. I have so many to talk. And here also we have Robert Hassu, who said that he was also amazed to see this comeback in the tiebreakers. I totally agree with Robert. And we had today amazing matches. We saw everything we wanted. A lot of beautiful tactics, a lot of sacrifices. Blunders were also out there, which we really fancy. And in the end, we had a winner, Fantica, but we have to shout out to also Anna Maria. That chat blamed me called Anna Maria time to time. I don't know, maybe.
I don't remember, Caddy. It never happened. It's not been clipped. It's gone forever. Nobody heard us.
Yeah, no one. So yeah, big congratulations to her. She got $500 for this amazing play, qualified to here, and she has another chance tomorrow. And we know that you also are playing tomorrow. So best of the luck to you too, and thanks everyone for today. I had a lot of fun personally.
Me too, Caddy. Thank you so much to everyone for watching, for all the support in the chat. We appreciate you a lot. Thank you so much to FIDE and chess.com for organizing this event as well. Thank you so much to our producer, Matt, for helping us out left and right wherever we need help. And yeah, hopefully we see you next time on in 2 days from now for the next event in this FIDE chess.com Women's Speed Chess Championship. So I hope to see you in 2 days, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye.